Hello, everybody, and welcome. This is the Apostate Prophet. I have to say something very quickly. As I was watching the chat when it was going, somebody said, "Don't skip the ad." I just want to ask: is this really where it automatically starts playing an ad at this spot, like during the intro? I'm really curious. Is that how it goes? Because
Of course,
apparently it includes an app wherever it needs, but while people are watching it live, it plays an ad. That's really stupid, honestly. That's a really terrible spot to include an ad, to be very, very honest.
Yeah, stupid YouTube.
And I think I will make it a permanent solution to turn off automatic ad placements during live streams. Because to be honest, ads don't get you any revenue in the long run with live streams, with live videos. That works with shorter videos, but with live streams, it's not really a great help anyway. So not sure why that would be a thing. But anyway,
hang on. Did everyone just notice that the German always speaks in terms of the permanent solution? Or
I thought about the very same thing. As soon as I said permanent solution, my mind went there for a second, but yeah, that's what you get. That's what you get. David, what's up?
Yo, what's up? Just sending out this link on Twitter. We're live examining the apostate. Come on, where are you? Apostate prophets. Silly.
Why in the world is my camera darker than yours? What's happening? Why is this? Slightly. I noticed that. I don't know.
Turn down my brightness so you don't.
Yeah. So I don't feel too dark.
You're live examining.
I want to be white. I want to be white. Please turn down your brightness. I want to be white. Yeah. So, what's up, everybody? Welcome everybody to the club. Martin Mouse said, "Cheese adullah, alhamd illamaz, old salami bacon." This is very, very beautiful. Thank you.
Here I come to save the day. Martin Mouse is on his way to a tunnel.
Grauen Ritter said, "What cartoon villain do you see Mohammed Hijab and Ali Dawa as most alike?"
I've said it for years. I've been saying Grape Ape and Beagly Beagly.
Oh yeah, I don't.
Grape Ape was like this King Kong size, like grape girl. Well, not quite King Kong, but he'd ride around in a car like a skateboard. And then Beagly Beagly was the little dog.
I want to say Pinky and the Brain, but it's like it would be too much of a compliment to Mohammed Hijab. I don't know. You know about Pinky and the Brain, right?
No.
Of course you do. We talked about this, man.
We may have talked about it. Doesn't mean I have any clue what you're talking about. Someone said Beavis and Butthead. That's a good example.
No. Yeah, not as Pinky and Brain are these beautiful little idiots.
People are giving good suggestions. You should be pulling some of these up.
Oh yeah, let's see. Ryan Reigns and Pinky. Yeah, Pinky and the Brain fits perfectly. Boris and Nastasha. What? Whomst? LOL. This is a good suggestion as well. Yeah. Salami bacon. Salami bacon. Yeah. What the heck is this?
That's good. I was wondering if it's like an actual like brain in a vat, but I looked it up and it's just it's two mice.
Yeah, it's these. There's this short one who is actually smart, and this.
Yeah, he's got a giant head, so he's obviously the brain.
And this tall one who is a complete imbecile. And they walk around, and every single episode, their goal is just to dominate the world.
Like cheese? Oh, okay, that's good.
Yeah.
Like to find some
SpongeBob and Patrick. Hijab is Patrick. Anyway, Beavis and Butthead here. You have some people who agree with you. Okay. All right. Hitler and Mussolini. It would have been good if those were just cartoon characters. David clickbaited me. I don't know what you're talking about. Bugs and Daffy try to debunk the devil, cow and chicken, AP David Wood debate. Yeah, so today we want to actually, we have been planning on doing this for a while. And I also said in the past, in the recent past, that I want to sit down and have talk about this with David, because people kept asking me. And I thought, hey, how about
no?
how about no? How about I go back to the video in which I made apparently nearly 4 years ago. It feels like it wasn't that long ago, but apparently it was that long ago. In which I explained why I don't believe in God, and then David can look at it and get educated on this matter and be humiliated on public display. So David then agreed to this, and so we came together and decided to finally do this humiliation ritual today, which is kind of weird of David to agree to, but yeah, here we are. Beatrice Nunes said, AP, look at David Wood, you're finished. Yeah, that's true. Muha Spect, what? Dr. Muha Spect, the OG back-to-back champ from 620 to 623 for being a PDF. Also my jizya. Hey Jay, I love watching a duo of a puss and a wingling. Yeah, this is true. This is very, very true. Giovanni Garcia. Okay, all right. David, what do you want to say before we go into this?
I don't know. Let's see. I have not seen the video. I haven't seen 1 second of it.
Stop talking about Nazis, man. We want to focus on the topic.
But I assume, like all arguments against God, it's going to be insanely stupid and silly.
Alhamdulillah.
I expect Dawa level arguments against the existence of God. And we're proud of that.
All right. I'm back. Don't worry, I'm back. Okay. So I just want to look smarter. Bam, 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 bam. You see, APs are running. Beatrice Nunes said, I don't buy you nothing. That's good. All right. So look at this guy. Look at this guy.
Look, the post. Hi, everyone, and welcome.
Look, I'm making such a good point.
The Apostate Prophet.
Dumb.
Wait, how do you adjust custom? Is that a normal feature on YouTube?
It is on the computer. It is. You go in here and custom. You can't do this on the phone apps, but you can do it on
like
here.
if I'm on a laptop, I can custom set the time. Hang on.
I don't know if you can do that if you're on a. I mean, you probably can. Yeah, if you're on your.
What did you click on? What did you click on? I know you click on the little settings.
The settings, and then you go on playback speed.
Okay.
And then it says custom.
Custom. Ah, interesting. Let me see.
You probably can. You can probably even do that on a Mac. Yeah.
I'm about to find out.
Yeah. Which is just a terrible thing to do. I mean, why would anyone actually use Macs? So we recently talked about the whole God thing, and I said to people, and I said that that over the years, especially after our visit to Israel, to Jerusalem, I've had a little bit of stuff to think about, and so at this point, I have said that I don't really consider myself directly and explicitly an atheist at this point, and I'm more comfortable with the agnostic label. For many different reasons. One of those being that the question of whether there is a God or not, I can't really respond to that with, oh no, there is no God. No, there is no God. I don't think there is a God. No, I know there is no God. I can't reply with that anymore. The most accurate response that I could give to the question, to express and reflect my thinking on the matter at this moment would be that that this is not something that I can actually know or give an answer to, because we would have to lengthily define what exactly we're talking about, and all that. I don't want to spend the whole time talking about this. So let's look into this and make fun of this guy here. Okay, are you ready, David? All right.
Why I'm not a Christian if I believe in God. Hi, everybody, and welcome. This is me. Over the years, I have been repeatedly asked what I believe in, why I'm not a Christian if I believe in God.
I'm so glad you clarified that. If you didn't say that it's me, I would never know. No.
Wait, who's this guy?
Some idiot.
Whether I'm an atheist or not. And today I finally want to sit down and just talk about that. Not only for everybody who's been asking, but also maybe primarily for myself, because I feel like if I put all of this down and publish this video, I will feel a little bit more fulfilled. For a year, I have been wanting to make this video, but I felt like if I put everything down that I want to say about this, it will be many hours long. I tried it again and again, and I didn't know how to approach this topic. So today I just want to sit down and talk straight. I am an atheist, as mentioned before. I'm not agnostic about my atheism, so I am not the one who...
Wrong.
Liar. You see,
Wrong.
AP admits that he was lying because he's an
Wrong.
agnostic now.
Liar! You're a liar!
Hey, by the way, dude, what's up with your set? That's just like a blank wall with like a tiny picture of your logo.
Yeah.
Like framed, like plain Walmart black border frame with
It's
a
a pure
picture
display of arrogance.
straight from a color printer, and you stick it on there.
Pure display of arrogance, where I have a white background and the only thing I have on the wall is a picture of myself. That's very funny. Yeah.
who says that we do not or cannot know whether God exists or not. I would say that I am Gnostic, sure, in my atheism. So I certainly...
All right, let's. I haven't. The last time I listened to this video
just let it play, man.
Was 4 years ago, so I'm not sure.
God exist is rather irrelevant.
Okay,
is that I don't does not exist, and that this is a lie. That there is no deity. What matters to me is that I don't believe. And maybe I'm close to what is called agnosticism or non-cognitivism, where the thought is that the question, does God exist, is rather irrelevant or a meaningless question, because the word God itself does not carry any proper meaning, any defined meaning. It's rather an idea that emerged and was shaped over time by people in different ways. We are only talking about the existence.
You know what's funny? When I listen to this now, my thought on this matter when I listen to this now is that I was just sitting down there and using different approaches and different definitions in order to not admit that I'm actually agnostic, but still try to hold on to the idea that I'm actually totally an atheist without wanting to compromise from that position, because I thought, honestly, without admitting it to myself, even I thought atheism is the proper position to hold, and being agnostic is kind of is stupid, to say it very, very simply.
Yeah, there is a tradition of that. Madeline Murray O'Hare, that was before your time, AP, but she was the leader of the group American Atheists. I've repeatedly said during live streams that like atheists in the 70s and 80s and 90s were much friendlier to, it was always like, okay, I don't need that stuff, but it's good for the rest of you. It's good for the rest of you to believe in this stuff. I don't need that stuff. But you did have the occasional more aggressive atheist. So that was American Atheist was started by Madeline Murray O'Hare, and she would go around like debating. It was very, very hostile. She was eventually murdered by by the people who worked for her. She used to pride herself in hiring unrepentant murderers to work for her organization, and they eventually killed her. But anyway, she said when asked about the difference between atheists and agnostics, she said agnostics are atheists without guts. And so it was, you guys don't believe either, but you're just too scared to say it because you don't want to hurt anyone's feelings.
I think that I'm actually going to say something similar to that here in a little bit. Let's see.
Sense of God, because we are in a culture and a time where that is important, where believing in God is the norm, where it's relevant. In a different time or place, the question, does God exist, wouldn't even matter. People would wonder why we are talking about this. Even when we are talking about the one God, who is the creator, the shape, the nature, the purpose of this God has changed from time to time and is different between different religions. It changes from Judaism to Christianity. It changes from Christianity to Islam massively. In Hinduism, the creator God is a completely different being and doesn't carry the same importance or the same attention. In many East Asian religions, God is not a person, but rather just a force. In Buddhism, there is no eternal creator. In some of these religions, the creator is a conscious, very powerful, independent being that has power over everything. Whereas in other religions, this force or this God is impacted by humans and by beings. In some religions, this God is worshipped, whereas in other religions, he's not worshipped or doesn't have to be worshipped. So when I'm asked, does God exist? Then I think about the biblical.
I'm learning some interesting things from this video.
Yeah. Hey, you know, it'd be funny if you finished watching this video and you're like, no, I'm an atheist. I'm not an atheist. This guy really persuaded me.
Yeah, so far, these are just a bunch of facts. If there's ever anything you want to comment on deeply, this is David. I didn't really lengthily talk about why we are doing this. I just asked you, and then we jumped into it. But so
yeah, wasn't it like an hour ago when I was in the middle of a live stream? You're like, "Here's the topic we'll discuss." I was like, okay.
Yeah, well, I also told you about this before.
You said this, yeah.
Really
You said this a couple of weeks ago. I was that when I was in the UK or something? You said,
yeah.
You
But,
said,
but I didn't really explain to you why we are doing this. So the purpose is for me to because I want to be completely intellectually consistent and honest. I want to go back to revisit my public video in which I told everyone else and also myself why I don't believe in God. So I want to look at that and see what I think about it now, and want to remember things and review them. And I also want you here with me because I want your input, your criticism, your challenge to anything here. So you could be the critical voice here. So that's pretty much it. I don't know.
well, not much to criticize yet. It's just you going, "Oh, let me share all my personal feelings with the entire world," and oh.
Alhamdulillah. Valerie said, David, would AP watch season 4 of The Chosen yet? Profound. Is there a season 4? I think I'm currently watching season 3.
Yeah, it came out early. I've seen 0 seasons. I suggested years ago that we just binge watch the entire thing, which you thought was a good idea too, but you never agreed to actually set a time to do it. And so that's why I have never, ever watched a single second of The Chosen.
That's funny because...
And AP's already watching season 3.
True believers like me will sit down and watch this show because it's a very, very well done show on Jesus and the Gospels. Unfortunately, David doesn't care.
Yeah, it's weird. I don't know why, but for a while when I heard people talk about The Chosen, I have no idea, but I thought it was like a Left Behind thing, or Jesus comes back today and what happens or so. I have no idea why I thought that, because I obviously didn't see any of it. But when people were talking about The Chosen, I thought that's what it was. I think, you know what I think? I think it was because the same guy who played him also played in a movie about something that happened in the 70s. And I think I saw the pictures of him and I was like, oh, this is about Jesus coming back in like the 70s or something. I don't know.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, no, this show is, I know that religious movies and religious shows have a very bad reputation for being terrible in quality. Very honest here. But this show is actually very, very good, very well done. And I mean, I personally like watching it and am almost through the 3rd season. So yeah.
Well, who do you like better, the Jesus that you watch and The Chosen, or the Muhammad you hear about from Dawa guys?
this is a difficult question. Obviously, Muhammad is more,
He's more based.
yeah, he had more he had sex with 9 women in the same night, for example. The sexual strength of 30 men. This
That's
is
what they call a giga chad. I
yeah,
think
it's
is
a
the correct term.
gigachad prophet. This is a miracle and all that, but still, I kind of lean towards Jesus and the chosen. Yeah.
Interesting. Good to know.
Yeah.
One God. But if I thought more universally, then I would say, what do you mean by does God exist?
What do you
What is
mean?
God? And why is this question relevant? I think this even puts me into a more
What do you
peaceful
mean by
position to
God?
fight God, since I'm not
believe?
here to fight God. So, long story short,
Jordan Peterson.
I don't believe in.
This sounds just like Jordan Peterson. What is this?
It's Apostate Jordan Peterson here. People ask me, do you believe in God? I say, what do you mean by do?
What do you mean by you?
What do you mean by you? What do you mean
What
by
do you
believe? What do you mean by God? I mean, that's a kind of a big issue there, isn't it? It's the kind of question you want to sit down with a big cup of Tim Horton coffee and big old bowl of maple syrup.
Well, the question, did that happen, begs the question, what do you mean by happen? Because when you are dealing with fundamental realities and you pose a question, you have to understand that the reality of the concepts of your question, when you're digging that deep, are just as questionable as what you're questioning. So people say to me, do you believe in God? And I think, okay, there's a couple of mysteries in that question. What do you mean do? What do you mean you? What do you mean believe? And what do you mean God? And you.
No, but what do you mean in?
Hey, send me the link where that one's a little low quality. Send me the who's he talking to here?
I honestly have no idea.
Because that's that Jonathan Pajot guy or whatever sitting beside him.
Jonathan Pageant. I don't know who he's talking to.
There's no cutaway to the other guy?
Nope.
Hey guys, do you know, guys, does anyone in the chat know who he's talking to? Because I'd like to find the original because it will probably be high quality, but I probably want to use that. Probably want to use that clip. Wait, Black Angel said, oh, they say he's talking to Muhammad Hijab here. Okay.
What is that from?
He's saying that to Muhammad Hijab? And
is this from that episode? Seriously? That's
yeah.
funny.
See, look, there's something right about what he's saying. Augustine said, if you ask me what time is, I don't know. If you don't ask me, I know. Right. In other words, if you ask me what time is and I tried to define it, that's a pretty difficult thing to actually state a definition of. That wouldn't just be kind of circular in the sense that you wouldn't be including the word time in there. Something like people would do it. Oh, it's a temporal success. Okay, temporal. That means time. So you're not explaining it. You're just assuming that we know it. So anyway, Augustine points out that I know what time is. We all know what time is, but actually coming up with a specific definition is actually confusing. So you could go that way in a certain sense with what Jordan Peterson is talking about. And well, what do we mean by these terms and so on? But it just has kind of that Bill Clinton vibe of well, that all depends on what your definition of is. It's like it kind of comes across like that. That's why it was good. I mean, if he was, hey, dude, we should do a comparison of Jordan Peterson talking to Muhammad Hijab and Peterson talking to Cosmic Skeptic, where Cosmic Skeptic actually got him to answer. And I don't know if Hijab did. I have never seen it, but
I actually got
I might
it
need
right
to check this out.
That question. What do you mean do? What do you mean you? What do you mean believe? And what do you mean God? And
We'll
you
get Hijab's response.
say as the questioner, well, we already know what all those things mean, except belief in God. And I think, no, if we're going to get down to the fundamental brass tacks, we don't really know what any of those things mean. And so for me, belief, for example, is often reflected not so much in proposition as it is in action. If I want to know what you believe, I could ask you, and hopefully you have some idea about what you believe, but I'd rather see what you do.
Well, can I push back a little bit with this? Because, like, for example, when I was reading your book, your newest book, actually this time, it's 12 More Rules. They're very good books, by the way. I mean, I recommend
Thank
them,
you, sir.
honestly. And
buy them if you haven't already bought them.
I would specifically recommend the 12 Rules for Life. because the 12 More Rules, I have some criticisms of it, but it's good. It's a good book. But one thing you did say about it, you
It's really hard to believe that you're disagreeable.
really, yeah. So one thing you mentioned in the
Hey,
book, talking about some psychological.
Jordan has learned otherwise since then, hasn't he? Anyway, this is back when they're in buddy mode.
Wait, is this in a mosque or something? I think it is.
Theory, which I don't forget. I forget what it is right now.
It's a
You
cool
mentioned
setting.
something. You said there's, the problem with this such and such theory is that it doesn't have any evidence. Full stop. Categorical. All this, what you're doing now.
All right. Okay. Honestly,
You don't want to see Hijab's response?
uh,
You could watch
probably
another minute of it, man. I
gonna-
want to know what the
probably
man
gonna
has
be
to
very-
say.
probably going to be very long here, man. I just see him waffling.
Now,
Or he's going to give the devastating
Well, it
response.
depends on what you mean by this. It depends on sorry to say, Yanni. But it depends on what you mean by this. It depends on what you mean. You become postmodern all of a sudden. It's like you've become now.
Yeah, that's
Do you know what I
that's a
mean?
definite. Oh yeah, that's a definite.
Yeah.
Look, I think that's partly why the postmodern critique, in some sense, was inevitable, is because we started to dig down into something like, say, the meaning of stories, because that's really where the postmodernists got their impetus. Because the postmodern literary theorists, sorry to drag this up, but it's relevant, they hit a mystery, which was,
Yeah. Sorry. Indeed.
well, if you read a given text, story, or even a paragraph, and you get 100 people to offer their opinion on it, in some way you get 100 different opinions. And you can tell that if you assign students to write an essay, let's say. And so then a problem emerges is if there's 100 different opinions, and some of them even appear to oppose one another, how do you know what the true significance is of the text? And then worse, how do you even know that there is a true significance? And then you think, okay, well, that's a major problem. And then here's a worse problem. Imagine you have an assemblage of text, like the biblical corpus, let's say, which is really a library, and it's in some sense canonical, right? Well, if you can't decide on the
All right, man.
It's
All
actually-
right.
It's actually funny, man.
Yeah.
I mean, he's clearly thought about all of this stuff before, but just the way he moves and stuff, it's like he's thinking up all this stuff for the first time. Well, it's like
Like he's exploring it on the spot. Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah. It's kind of just. I
Which-
thought.
Oh, I just want to say it's funny because he's like that on stage, right? He's like that that's what he's like on stage. He'll be just walking around. It's like he's thinking of all this stuff.
That's actually what makes him so interesting. But the thing is, I know from past discussions where he also talked about the topic of believing in God, and the responses were always into analyzing what God is and what believing in God means, and all that. And we have seen recently in the discussion with Alex O'Connor when he sat down, Alex specifically pointed that out, that he is being. He is not responding. It looks like he doesn't want to give a proper response to it. So he pushed him to give a response to it. And this was always my thought. There is, it's totally not necessary. I mean, I get it. If you want to analyze the question on your own, in your own time, in your own head, you could bang on about what God means and what means and so on forever. But if we are talking about God and whether we believe in it or not, I think the question of what is and what do is and what belief is and what God is quite obvious here. So do you believe in God? Yes or no? I think it always has been quite obvious. And it's kind of wild that he wants to explore it so deeply. Wild stuff. Anyway.
The one God. Yet I don't actively want to spread the idea that God doesn't exist. And when it comes to the one God, then I am certainly an atheist. I don't believe that he exists. But if we want to talk about a force in the universe or whatever you mean, then I will say it doesn't really matter. And you and I are both equally ignorant. It doesn't matter what you are or what I am. But okay.
You know what's funny? Listening to this right now, it sounds to me like, yeah, what you're describing is agnosticism, bro. You just don't want to admit it.
Yeah.
What do you think?
Atheists are nothing but agnostics without the guts to say it.
What do you think? Does this sound like more like agnosticism, or does this sound like atheism to you?
Well, I have to point out you're already using the older distinction, right? So
Yeah,
before the new atheist came along, there was a distinction between atheist and agnostic. And atheist, you didn't have to say that you're 100% confident, but you would say, I believe there is no God. I believe that there is no God. Whereas an agnostic would say, I don't know. I just don't know. Then the new atheist came along and said, oh, we're not saying there is no God. We're saying we lack belief in God. But notice if that's true, well, an atheist lacks belief in God. I mean, an atheist and an agnostic both lack belief in God. So they destroyed the distinction. So you're already using the earlier distinction, which was actually useful to clarify, hey, there are people who say they believe God doesn't exist, and there are people who say, I don't believe in God, but I don't know. God might exist for all I know. I just don't know. So there was that helpful distinction, but yeah, what would you say that you believed? If I were to ask you back then, 2020, do you believe that God doesn't exist? Would you have said, yes, I believe God doesn't exist? Or would you have said, I mean, I don't know.
That's an interesting question. I think I just basically explained it to you.
A force in the universe, an atheist. I don't believe that he exists. But if we want to talk about a force in the universe or whatever you mean, then I will say it doesn't really matter. And you and I are both equally ignorant. It doesn't matter what you are or what I am. But okay,
So if we're talking about a specific personal God in these religions, at that point, I would have said, no, I don't think he exists. However, if God can be anything, if God can be a greater force outside of that, I can't really say if he exists, if God exists or not. That's the problem. It's too different. But as Rebecca pointed out here, labels are for weaklings.
Mm-hmm.
And Rebecca is very, very insightful here on this one for a 3-year-old. So, yeah.
let me come to the topic. Why I don't believe
she should have a channel. She should have her channel name should be Rebecca the 3-year-old, and then, like people who are looking up responses to other things will come across her channel.
Yeah.
I think one of the most problematic things for me when I was a Muslim was to look at a map of the distribution of religious groups and to think a little bit further about that. In fact, I'll do it right here. There are many maps which show the distribution of religious groups. Here is one of them. Some of these maps may divide Christian beliefs into separate religions. And
Daniel Pettichu and all those guys have like ruined the word map for me. Like I can't hear it anymore. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter where it's coming from. Now I hear the word map and I think of those guys. Guys, if you don't know what we're talking about, MAP is now an abbreviation for minor attracted person, and a person who's attracted to minors. So Muhammad was a MAP, and so you say, oh, so-and-so is a MAP, and now here's AP. Oh, let's talk about maps. Look at all these maps. And I'm sitting there thinking of the maps, but I'm looking at these little figures up on the side of all these men. I'm thinking, oh, are these minor attracted persons? This is what Islam does, man. It just screws up. It totally screws up your thinking.
Yeah. This is how they have impacted us. This is how they slowly will colonize your brain, and Islam will be everywhere.
Wow. Hey, I have to point out, look how based Christianity is.
I know. It's
just
like,
look at it. Look at the world. Look at the world.
It's
look at the world. We've got all of the Western Hemisphere, all the way from Europe, all the way across Asia, and then Southern Africa, all the way over to Australia. Unbelief is being swallowed up in victory. Beast. What's that little spot of, what is that, white or yellow right there in Africa?
This here? I think
I
think that's water.
Oh,
the thing is, I'm just looking at this map right now, and I'm thinking, wait a minute, there's something wrong with this. The texts here just have the standard lorem ipsum dolor sit with the thing that you put in when you want to, to have a blank text for a font. They all say the same thing down here. Then what are these percentages here? 64%, 54%, 24%, 36%.
What
don't make sense when you correspond to them when they correspond with the colors. I don't know what I pulled up here, but this map seems like it's kind of weird. I think this is like
Wow.
a template.
And here this was your main reason for rejecting belief in God, and you don't even understand it. This is atheism, ladies and gentlemen. Let's pull up a random map that we don't understand, is not even clear, and I'll use it in a video as the basis for rejecting belief in God.
Yeah, I think I pulled up a random map, checked it out quickly, saw okay, Christianity, Islam, Hinduism, yeah, okay, corresponds to actual
You heard it here, folks.
data.
AP picked
Then-
up a random map.
Corresponds to the actual data, but the thing is, the rest of it is it's just a template that has been left as it is, which is very weird.
Here's one of them. Some of these maps may divide Christian beliefs into separate religions, and
This one makes actually sense.
That one
Okay.
makes more sense.
Yeah. Alhamdulillah.
Oh, this one breaks it down between Catholicism and Protestantism and so on.
Yeah.
Sunni, Shia.
Ibadi, Catholicism, Protestantism, Orthodoxy, Mormonism, Buddhism.
some do the same with Islam. But I think it's totally sufficient to simply look at a map that colors the map by the major religions.
Let's pick up a random template.
When I look at this map, I see something that I could never unsee when I was a
Indeed, I see a lorem ipsum.
Muslim. And as
Could
someone
never
who really
unsee that.
loves maps, it always disturbed me when I came across a map of religions. What I see is that the religion that you believe in depends very much on the circumstances that you are brought into when you are born. If you are born in the middle of America, you are very likely to be born into Christianity. If you are born in Italy, you are even more likely to be a Christian. In Poland, even more. If you're born in Saudi Arabia, you're almost definitely a Muslim. If you're
Special
born in
effects here are
Pakistan
awesome.
or Egypt, you are again most likely a Muslim. And this only scratches the surface. I was born in Germany, which is predominantly
What about the other religions? This is an actually important point. So this is actually the reason number one major issue why
This is his main point.
one of the reasons why I seem to have difficulties believing in God.
His main point, just keep in mind, everyone, his main point is entirely based on minor attracted persons.
Christian, although
Focus on the topic,
Oh,
dude.
sorry.
Germans don't really care that much about religion anymore. But since I was born into a Turkish Muslim immigrant family in Germany, I was born into Islam and was raised as a Muslim. Most people who, like in my case, are born into such Muslim families would live their lives as Muslims and die as Muslims. Most of them would never change their beliefs. I was just an exception. I had different interests, a different personality, maybe a combination of things that happened in my life, and I chose to abandon my beliefs and to change them. But most people don't do that. In modern times, religious interactions may have become much more common, but still, most people stay within the religions that they are born into. Only few people abandon their religion, and only a very tiny number of people, maybe a statistically insignificant number of people, convert to a different religion permanently. And this
I should pause more frequently because this idiot might copyright strike.
Yeah, you got to watch out. You got these people who will have your entire live stream shut down.
Yeah. David, what do you think so far? Do you want to continue? Are you convinced now?
No, I'm not convinced. And I haven't even seen anything that has anything to do with the existence of God.
All right.
intrusive idea that I always got when I looked at this map is, how could I possibly believe that my religion is the true one, the right one, the good one, when the conviction that my religion is the right one only depends on where I am born and in what time I'm born? Instead of leaving my religion, I could have gone into Muslim apologetics, and I could have made many arguments that are very convincing in favor of Islam, arguments that I would have thought were very solid.
You just said if you'd gone into Islamic apologetics, you could have made many arguments that are convincing. So you
To stupid people.
So you're saying you didn't say that. You just said many convincing arguments. So AP just acknowledged that there are convincing arguments for Islam. And if he had stayed a Muslim, he would have been using these powerful, convincing, persuasive, airtight, irrefutable dawah arguments.
Well, I mean, there are convincing arguments that you can make for Scientology. You know,
Yes.
depends on who you are trying to convince.
When the aliens came. Hey, remember when you remember when all the scientists, all the Scientologists, they surrounded that guy for, it was when they were about to make Mission Impossible 3, and Tom Cruise wanted like 25% of the cut or something like that, and they're like, "I'm not giving you 25% of the cut. We won't even make it, or we'll replace you or something like that." So anyway, all the people surrounded the director or producer, all the Scientologists. Apparently, they have some belief that if they all surround someone and like unite their mental powers, then they can control people's behavior. So they surrounded him and said, "Hey, we want you to give Tom Cruise the 25% that he wants." And he said, "What are you guys going to do? Weird me to death?" And he walked away. I thought that was pretty funny.
That's funny. That's good.
Instead of leaving my religion, I could have gone into Muslim apologetics, and I could have made many arguments that are very convincing in favor of Islam. Arguments that I would have thought were very solid. Muslim arguments are very laughable to me right now, but to the average Muslim who wants to stay within Islam, Islam is quite convincing. And to them, their arguments are very solid, even if to me they look very ridiculous. Well, Christians...
I can't even talk about an unrelated topic without just talking trash about Islam. Look at this.
It's messed up, man.
Absolutely messed up. I mean, have some decency, man.
Yeah, you're obsessed, man. Like, you leave Islam and then you remain obsessed with it? What's going on there?
Yeah. Just move on. It's not like
move on. Live your life, dude. You don't need to sit around attacking Islam for the rest of your life. This just shows that it's the truth. Remember those Ahmadi guys? You'll even have atheists or, agnostics and Christians working together to expose Islam. This proves that how powerful and strong it is.
This also shows why it's totally justified to execute apostates.
Yeah, I mean, if we knew that apostates were just going to go live normal lives and so on, that would be one thing. Maybe you could object to the law about killing apostates. But we know you're going to run. We know as soon as you leave Islam, you're going to go around yapping, and then put ex-Muslim in your Twitter handle and all this stuff. Then, come on, dude, you got to be executed.
Because why you're going to leave and you're going to say, "Oh, this is a violent religion. I am supposed to be put to death if I leave." This is why you deserve the death penalty. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Also make very solid arguments for their religion, or so they believe. Protestants make solid arguments. Orthodox Christians make solid arguments. Catholics make solid arguments for their beliefs. Sunni Muslims make solid arguments. Shia Muslims make very convincing arguments.
Are you going to go through every person
Hindus
in the world?
Make solid arguments. Jews make solid arguments. As long as you want to justify your belief, you will find solid arguments. All of them believe that...
What about Eskimos?
I actually listed all the religions that exist in the world, but then later I cut it to just include these because I thought, that's enough. People get the point. Yeah.
Their own convictions are definitely very reliable, very solid. And they believe in that just as much as I did when I was still a Muslim and I believed in the defenses of my religion. How could I, in a world where I don't know anything, and I learn all my life, and I realize over and over again that I don't know anything, that I am ignorant, that we are ignorant, that humans have been ignorant for so long, that we still don't know some very basic things about the seas around and under us, about the space that is above us or around us? How could I be sure that in this ignorant world, in this flawed world where we constantly make so many decisions that turn out to be complete failures, how could I be sure that I have the right answer and that I was, by coincidence, by a chance, by a blessing, born into the right one, the right answer? How could I possibly believe that? We still don't know how the brain really works. We're making progress. We've begun to figure it out quite recently, and we're making a lot of progress. But we still don't properly understand much of the brain, which is us, which is our motherboard. What we understand so far from it is that we...
What a nerdy thing to say.
And then your awesome graphics were, hey, I'll take the screenshot, and I'll move around on the screenshot.
Nerd.
Nerd
alert. Man.
Humans make many judgments and have made many judgments in history that are incredibly wrong, but we always think that we are onto something. And we rather want to feel safe and comfortable about our beliefs instead of inquiring further and admitting that we may be mistaken or that we may have been mistaken. Because why challenge and risk changing everything when we can just accept our assumptions and go with the flow without...
That's a good point.
Disturbing the system which works. Why bother looking...
I agree with him on this one here. That's a good point.
For more answers when we can just live in comfort with whatever people believe in. Knowing this, how could I believe that my beliefs, which my culture adopted at some point, which I was gladly, happily born into, are the right beliefs, and all the others are wrong? Even if some of us...
It's true. David is completely humiliated and silenced right now. He doesn't even have any objections. He doesn't have any response because he knows that this is all true. He knows that this is all correct. He can't even say a single word in response to it.
Yeah, well, after seeing a map, I was like, whoa, he's right. Everything I've ever believed is now in shambles after seeing that map. And now we got a picture of a globe up on there. I don't know what to do. Plus, he had all these like screenshots where he's moving, things around and showing you different things on the screenshot. So I'm like, gosh, man, maybe I'm wrong, and maybe I need to become an atheist and go on a killing spree.
This is actually a very important point. If you take like an image of the globe here, and you take it all and put it all out on a flat surface, that's a map too, David. Just so you know.
Why are you obsessed with maps, man? What the heck?
Let's go on greater journeys and experience different cultures and change our beliefs throughout our lives. We are very few. Most people simply spend their lives believing in whatever their parents believed in, even if they differ a bit in their
fact. True or false? True. True. This is true. See, David has no objection to this. He knows it's true. That's fact.
I'm just waiting for the relevance to the existence or non-existence of God.
Look what the video is titled, David.
Yeah. I know that's the title. I'm waiting till you get to the point where like, and here's why God probably doesn't exist or something.
That's not what the video is about. The video is about why the video is about why I don't believe in the existence of God.
Yeah. But you obviously haven't gotten to a point yet where you're actually addressing the topic. This is all introductory material on how confused I am about maps.
Totally.
their precise practices and beliefs. They usually think that the beliefs that they were born into, which their parents held, are of course true. And there are so many convincing arguments, so many convincing reasons to believe in it. Of course it's true. I keep thinking about all those people, most people, the vast majority of people who never question their beliefs, who never end up changing any of their beliefs. And it's okay. It's not that
I'm so cool. I just question and change my beliefs. All these other people don't change their beliefs.
their fault.
I'm better.
I'm better than everyone else.
I'm better. Even 4 years ago. Now you're obviously like that now, but even 4 years ago, you were still like that. Yeah, I'm superior. I'm the superior master race.
They are simply abiding by the circumstances which they were born into. Think about this. If you're a Christian watching this, think about being born into a religious Muslim family in a place in Pakistan where more than 95% of people are Muslims. It may seem absurd and outlandish.
Absurd.
Germans. Stupid.
To be fair, there are people who pronounce it absurd.
Really?
I think Peter Kraft pronounces it absurd, but I'm trying to think. I know I've heard philosophers pronounce it absurd.
You're just making up names now. All right.
To believe in Islam, which is this absurd belief that is so obviously wrong and so obviously terrible. But that's only because you were not born there in those circumstances. It's because you are a Christian. If you were
David, if you were born in instead of being born in some trashy place in West Virginia, if you were born in a trashy place in Pakistan, for example, you would most likely be a Muslim. And if you lived there all your life and never moved out of there, you would be a Muslim, right? Very
what are you talking about? I grew up in America and I grew up as an atheist. So
well, that's fair enough, because in America, America has a population of like 70% Christians or so, and a large atheist community. Such a thing doesn't really exist in Pakistan. So, given the circumstances,
I didn't arrive at atheism by listening to what people were saying and thinking, "Wow, these atheists have a point here."
I know, but you are much less likely to end up being an atheist growing up in Pakistan than you are in America or in a regular Western nation. It is just statistically significantly more common to be religious and to be a Muslim if you are born in Pakistan than it is if you're born in America. Even if we are to compare, Christianity to
No. See, I think you're wrong there. The reason people have pointed out statistics on like atheists in America being smarter than the regular population and so on. We actually know why that is. We know why that is. That the people who are willing to challenge the dominant belief in a society are usually people who view themselves as smarter than the people around them, right? In other words, if you're sitting here and people around you are telling you things, but you think you're smarter than all these people, you're much more likely to question the things that they're telling you. If I think, hey, I'm smarter than these guys. If you think, oh, no, these are my elders and they have so much wisdom and so on, then you kind of go along with what they say. If you think I'm smarter than all these guys put together, you're much more likely to challenge the status quo there. So here's the thing. I grew up my entire life growing up. I thought I was smarter than everyone else around me. And therefore, I wasn't inclined to listen to what they were saying or to take it seriously. So here's the thing. If I had grown up in Pakistan, I think that would have been amplified. I think I would have, because you have way dumber people there. So I think I would have been like, well, I am massively smarter than these guys. Why would I take anything they're saying in society seriously? And I think I would have rejected it and been an atheist.
I understand that, but you're not addressing the actual point. So let's not kid ourselves. Let's look at America, for example. America has a population where around over 20% are unaffiliated when asked what religion they belong to. They say they don't belong to any religion. Very, very huge compared to Pakistan, which has like a very tiny small minority. If you are born in America, it is very likely that you are that you end up becoming a Christian or being a Christian or raised as a Christian, but it's also quite likely, in comparison to Pakistan, statistically seen, to end up being non-religious or atheistic, whatever you want to call it. But you are definitely not very likely to be a Muslim, right?
In America?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
So if you are born in Pakistan, you are very, very likely, most likely to be a Muslim, to be raised as a Muslim, extremely unlikely to be raised as a Christian, extremely unlikely to be raised as an atheist. That's right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So where you would be in the life of an average person depends very much on the place that you are born into. So if you were born in Pakistan, the average person born in Pakistan would very likely end up being a Muslim and staying a Muslim most of their life.
You're saying the average person. I'm talking about me. I'm saying wherever you raised me, I would have had the same reaction. That I don't believe what these people are telling me because they're a bunch of idiots and I'm smarter than all of them. So I'm not going to believe what they say to believe.
I mean, a lot of what you are saying here might depend on the genetics and the environment, the early stages of your life, which is why you became the person that you are, which is why you are thinking that way. Had you been born in Pakistan, maybe things would have gone very differently, and you would have had a different personality and would be maybe an average person in Pakistan, most of whom live and die as Muslims.
If I were raised in Pakistan and I were being brought up, then when the imam was telling me something, I would have thought, this guy's an idiot. I'm way smarter than him. Why am I going to listen to him? And I would have looked around. Okay, who are the really smart people? And I would not have found anyone who is smart enough to me think, for me to think, this person's this person is so smart. He must be right. And I just would have, I don't know.
That doesn't sound accurate.
I get what you're saying about the average person or something like that. I'm saying there's a category of people who just grow up thinking they're superior to other people, thinking they're smarter than other people. Sometimes these people are smarter than the people around them and so on. Because it wasn't just Christianity that I rejected. It was like morality. It was everything. It was don't kill people. I'm rejecting all that stuff. Like, who are you? Who are any of you to tell me anything you don't know about? Keep in mind, I could have. It would be possible that I would have recognized that that's a dangerous situation to be in. And I might have pretended to continue being a Muslim, but I just can't imagine a scenario where I would have grown up and been like, oh, look, everyone around me is Muslim. I'll just believe what they say.
Okay, then let's move from the example of you and talk about the average person. The average
that
person,
makes sense. That makes sense. I might agree with you.
Who is in America a Christian? If they were born in Pakistan, for example, they would most likely be a Muslim and live as a Muslim and die as a Muslim. So the fact that they are Christians today is very much, I would say, mostly dependent on the fact that they were born in a Christian environment. Most people are not converts. Most people stick to the religion that they are born into and grow up with, if we disregard denominations and all that. So the point here is that most people in their religious beliefs simply stick to whatever environment they are born into. And if being part of a certain religion decides whether you are right or wrong, then that means a lot of people are simply born into the right one, and a lot of people are born into the wrong one.
Yeah. So if you were saying that this is an issue for questioning the justice of God in judging people based on their reaction to Jesus, when
No.
some people aren't born in an area where they would even have any serious presentation of the gospel, or if they're raised in areas where they're just going to believe what the surrounding population believes and it's not Christianity, I would understand the objection. When you're saying that this is a problem for belief in God, I just have no idea what you're talking about. I mean, just imagine a world where you go over here and they believe in a flat earth, and you go over here and they believe in a round earth, and you go over here and they believe in a triangular earth. And just imagine a situation where you say, oh, but different people in different areas all believe different things. So, it just, we'll just have to be agnostic about the whole issue.
Well, that would be an example if we couldn't figure out what the world actually looks like. We can figure it out.
What's the assumption? The assumption is that we
easily.
can't actually figure out what the world is like. So what you're saying is that different people in different areas believing in different things and being raised to believe in different things, that's a problem because we just can't get to the truth of the matter. That's the issue. That's the issue I would object to. I'm not objecting to the idea that different people believe in different things. That's only relevant if you're unable to actually get to the truth. Because again, you could have all sorts of different beliefs about all sorts of, I mean, there was a time when you had this thing called the scientific revolution. Guess what? Other areas of the world did not have that scientific revolution. There are times when you have people who learn mathematics, and there are other places in the world that don't know those mathematics. You can't say these people believe this and use this and other people don't. Therefore, we can't know if this is right.
I know, but that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, so in that example, you could eventually go around and figure out what the reality actually is, right? Although I would argue that even when it comes to God, it would take significant effort to come to the conclusion that there is a God and to then try to prove it. There is no way to convince the world or to make it accepted as a scientific fact, for example, that there is a God or that there is no God. However, it's also true that whether the Earth is flat or round or a globe, whatever you want to call it, finding that out doesn't really matter as much as finding out whether God exists or not, if we are thinking within the boundaries of religion. Because if you simply die believing that the Earth is flat, that has no further implications for you at all. If you die, however, believing in the wrong religion, then according to those religious beliefs that you hold, for example, this has further implications on your afterlife. And humans are supposed to come to the conclusion that there is a God and that this one is the right religion. Whereas most people in the world do not come to that conclusion, do not even explore it, are not even ever pushed to explore it. And in fact, the vast majority of people in those cultures are never even bothered for once in their lives to think about whether that other religion is true or not, whether Christianity is true or not. They simply live their lives by completely different standards, completely different morals, completely different beliefs, and die. That's it.
Yeah, I have to say, it looks, again, if you were raising this as a different kind of objection, I would see the relevance of the objection. If you were raising this as an objection to the justice of the God of Christianity or something like that, I would get that. Or if this video were titled "Why I'm Not a Christian" or something like that. But if you're talking about God as an all-powerful, all-knowing, perfectly good being who created the universe or something like that, I don't see how people having disagreements or something rules out or makes that claim false. But let me ask you this. So, because I brought up the point that You could have, and you do have people who in different parts of the world who believe completely different things. And I brought up mathematical advances. So there are times when people figure things out mathematically, and there are other people in the world who don't know anything about it. Because I mean, at some point, there's like one guy who figures something out. There's one guy who figures something out. That spreads. That starts spreading. And then in other parts of the world where people don't know about that, it eventually gets to them, and so on. And so you have the same thing with the scientific revolution. There are people around the world who don't know these things. I mean, there are people who don't know them now, but eventually when they're presented with them, even though they could reject it, there's something more persuasive about, let's say, science, or there's something more persuasive about mathematics, which gives it an advantage, even if people temporarily are rejecting these kinds of things. But I would say the same thing. I would say the same thing about God. I would say the exact same thing about God. You can have an entire world. You can have an entire world who believes all kinds of things. Look at how belief in God spreads. And so the question is, why does it spread? You could say, well, because this happened or because that happened. Another possibility is you just have a stronger case for that than you have for other things. And so maybe that's why it would spread. But I don't see the relevance of saying, well, a bunch of people don't believe in that. Oh, a bunch of people didn't believe in science. A bunch of people didn't believe in mathematics. A bunch of people didn't believe in all kinds of things. Who cares?
One of the reasons why this is relevant, especially to the question here at hand of believing, is you might sit here and argue that you can clearly demonstrate that there is a God, and you can clearly demonstrate that your own religion is true. However, as insulting as you might find that, I would say that that this sounds convincing to you, and all of your solid arguments and all that are convincing to you, because this is your conclusion, which is influenced by many different factors, including the place you were born into, the life journey that you had, and so on. Other people that might be more or less intelligent than you, and that might have spent much more or less time than you analyzing these questions, may come to completely different conclusions and be totally convinced that their religion is actually the true one, that their religion is actually the correct one. And you can argue as much as you want that there is actually an objective truth to be found there, to be arrived at in the end, but they will conclude that theirs is obviously that objective truth, whereas you will still be convinced that yours is the one.
The
So
outcome of
why would you trust one over the other?
The outcome of what you're saying here is that you can't. Why believe in anything? Why believe in anything? You can always find someone else who doesn't believe in what you're going to believe. So you take the issue of the flat Earth, and if I were saying, hey, the Earth is round, and hey, look at these pictures, and hey, look at these calculations, and so on, and imagine you just had an entire country where they're raised all their lives to believe in a flat Earth. Guess what? Flat Earthers. The Flat Earth Society, they have arguments for everything. They have responses to everything that a person who believes in the Earth is spherical. They have responses to everything, every objection you could bring up, every picture you could show them. In other words, it's not just a bunch of people who are in a state of ignorance. It's people who have examined all the evidence, and they actually believe that the Earth is flat. So following what you're saying, hey, there are very smart people. There are very smart people who believe in the flat Earth. Therefore, it's best to just remain agnostic about the entire position, because there's people who are smarter than you who believe it. There are people who are dumber than you. It depends on, you were raised in a society that taught you that the Earth is round and so on. Other people might be raised in a society where they're taught that the Earth is flat. And you have very intelligent people who are maintaining that position. Therefore, on that basis, we just can't know, and the best position is to just be agnostic and say, I don't know what the Earth is shaped like, and there's just no way for me to know.
If we were talking about a question where it's very extremely difficult to establish what is eventually true, then yes, I would say any of those topics, any of the questions would be very much futile, and you don't have to come to a proper conclusion or to a proper conviction on what is actually the case. I would say if we're talking about whether the Earth is flat or the Earth is spherical, it's very hard to actually not see that the Earth is clearly spherical. If you still want to be part of that discussion and conclude that the Earth is actually flat and not spherical, sure, yeah, go ahead and get to that conclusion. That's totally fine. However, it would be very much a stupid thing to do. I think it very much depends on the strengths of the arguments, the strength of the evidence, and all that. But the thing is, with God, with the existence of God and the truth of one religion over the other, it's not quite the same thing, is it? It's not obviously, one thing is not obviously true or obviously false. It is very obviously true to you, or obviously true to certain people, but it's not something that we can actually come together and demonstrate to be true and convince most of the room. Which is not the same for the shape of the Earth, for example. Even if there were 1,000 flat earthers walking around, if we gathered everyone in the same room with most people in the world, it would be quite easy to demonstrate why the fact that the world is spherical is simply significantly more convincing, and most people following the evidence would look at it and would think, okay, yeah, sure, that's clearly the truth. Obviously, you can't do the same thing with religion. You can't do the same thing with the existence of God. If it were so, you would have societies, you would have a science that is completely built on clearly demonstrating to people why it is objectively true that there is a God, and why objectively it is true that Christianity is true. And we could even fact check this. You could have fact checks showing that the evidence here and here clearly shows that God is true, and the average observer would be able to agree with that. We can't really do that. It depends very much on your subjective stance.
No, what you're saying is completely wrong. The point is you do not have societies where just massive populations are raised all their lives to believe in the flat Earth and so on. So the point is, imagine if you did, and like all of China was raised to believe that the Earth is flat. And you're talking about significance. Oh, but religious belief is so much more significant. That's true of what you would call expanded theism. If you're just talking about God creating the universe, an all-powerful, all-knowing, perfectly good being creating the universe, no, you're not even talking about heaven or hell or anything else. You're talking about whether there's a deity who created the universe. So there, in other words, the idea of this has to do, these are big issues of salvation and so on. Those are additional issues. We're talking about the existence of God. But you could have different parts of the world. Imagine this part of the world thinks that the Earth is triangular, and this part of the world thinks that the Earth is flat, and this part of the Earth thinks something else. And you have all these different areas, and they're all raised all their lives to believe something. And let's suppose that there are actually high stakes for this, because you're saying, oh, but these beliefs aren't as significant. Well, suppose they said, hey, if you get the answer wrong at some point, we're going to blow your brains out. If you don't know what the Earth is shaped like at some point, we're going to blow your brains out. So it's extremely life or death type situations. So you would have, this would be, according to you, similar to the situation of God. You have different people in different parts of the world. They believe all different kinds of things. And therefore, since you have different people in different parts of the world, and they believe different kinds of things, therefore, the correct position is just to be agnostic about the shape of the Earth. And the reason I would want to say that that's wrong is because it's going along the lines of what you were just saying. The people who believe in a round Earth have a better case. You have a better case. Guess what? Flat earthers have a case. They have arguments. In fact, if you are not used to arguing with them, they are going to run circles around you. It's like a person who knows nothing about Islam talking to a Dawa guy. The Dawa guy will run circles around him. It's once you know some additional information that you can start to challenge him on it and so on. So my view is that the existence of God is actually like that. Yeah, you can have different people believing in different things in the world. You just have a way better case for God. And what you're going to say is, no, that's just because you were raised in this area or something like that. I'm saying, well, yes, you could. A flat Earth might be much more persuasive to a person in a certain area if he was raised to believe in that kind of thing. That doesn't mean that there's not a stronger case for a round Earth than for But
that's not my point. The point is, imagine. Let me just put it like this: imagine you have a public debate on whether there is a God or not. If you had whether the Earth is round or not.
Mm-hmm.
If you had this public debate, one side that would be very unpopular in arguing that the Earth is actually flat. The other
Wait,
side.
where? In a hypothetical country where the entire population
No,
is
no.
raised to believe that the Earth is flat?
Let's talk about the real situation that we are in right now. So, when there is a public debate on the shape of the Earth, the one side that argues that the Earth is round would be able to present endless pieces of evidence. You could have images. You could have I don't know, observations. You could have independent tests that you can conduct on your own with very little budget, actually, and so on, etc. So the average observer here of this debate, if they sat down,
What do you mean average observer? Average
What do you-
observer from
observer
a country?
in today's time, the average observer in today's time.
Dude, in order to make a parallel with what you're saying, I'm saying imagine a hypothetical country where everyone is raised to believe in the flat Earth. If they are watching this debate, the people who are raised to believe in that sort of thing would be like, oh, wow, the flat Earth guy has a much better case because look at all his arguments. And the other guys, he's saying, oh, he's got his images and stuff, but that's all stupid. Our guy can explain all that stuff. It'll be convincing to them. My point is, just because a bunch of people don't believe in something, or just because a bunch of people are raised to believe in something different, that doesn't tell you whether there's a good case or not.
The fact that believing in a flat Earth was a very common thing in the past in different societies, but no longer is because it is quite easy in today's time to demonstrate that the Earth is definitely not flat.
Which societies? Do you have specific societies in mind?
I mean, we're talking about, for example, in even in Europe, in Western Europe, before the arrival of the Roman Empire, to set things straight.
That's a myth.
No, not that. I'm not talking about Christianity. I'm talking about the pre-Christian Europe, Nordic cultures, pre-Christian pagan cultures. For example, it was very common for them to believe that to believe in a different nature where the gods and the titans and the giants and all that fought and created this world. On a tree, in the Arab culture, in sub-Saharan African cultures, in the steppes of Siberia and so on, it was quite common to believe that the world is created on a giant, vast sea of water.
Why don't the
or on a
people there
tree
still
and
believe
so
that?
on.
Why don't the people there still believe that?
Because it is a stupid idea, and it is quite easy to see, looking at the evidence, following the evidence, to come to the conclusion that obviously the Earth is.
In other words, just to be clear, suppose you have an area again, and let's suppose it's 1,000 years ago, and let's suppose that the people there are raised to be flat earthers, and you come in there and say, no, you got the shape of the Earth wrong. There might be some resistance. No, there would be some resistance to that. You might think that people are complete lunatics who are saying that the Earth is round or something like that. But what you would say is the reason it's not going to last over time is there's actually a better case for a round Earth than for a flat Earth. And therefore, over time, since you have this relentless influx of a better argument, the better argument is it's going to win over time. It doesn't mean that always the better argument is going to win or something like that. You just say, hey, if you have a significantly better case for this, that has an advantage, and that advantage will manifest itself over time. Can we say that?
Yes, but the issue here is the difference. That's what I'm trying to get at. So when we talk about specifically, I'm giving examples from today because if we have a debate on the shape of the Earth, you could give massive pieces of evidence, which would all be extremely convincing. Which is why the vast majority of people who view the case would come to the conclusion, yeah, okay, this is obviously we know the Earth is spherical. There is all the evidence. Who could deny it? You would have to be a little bit crazy and a little bit too skeptical and too cynical to deny.
You're talking about a world where people now overwhelmingly believe in the round Earth. I'm saying if you had a different kind of world, you're not going to find it convincing.
Of course, but let me get to the point. That's exactly the point. Because when we're talking about the shape of the Earth, it is very, very easy to demonstrate whether the Earth is spherical or not. You can easily demonstrate that the Earth is spherical. If we were talking about the existence of God, it simply is not like that. You will not have in a proper debate laid out clear evidence which would convince most people in the room looking at it that there is indeed a God, or that this certain religion is true. You can make solid arguments. You can make all of these arguments for God, but you see how those arguments are going. You see how those debates are going. I mean, let me just ask you: when there is a debate on whether God exists or not, do you think more than 5% of people who are watching actually change their opinion on the subject?
What I'm saying is that's irrelevant to me. That's
don't think so.
it's not relevant how many people are going, because you're talking about the world right now. If you had 50% people who've been raised all their lives on the arguments of flat earthers, and 50% viewers who've been raised all their lives to believe in a round earth, and you had a champion debater from each side, how many of the flat earthers do you think are going to change their minds and say, wow, these guys have a case? If you think it's a lot, you have not encountered these guys before. You have not encountered, again, these guys run circles around people. They do have arguments. I think it's fundamentally flawed. But when you have convinced flat earthers, especially people raised as flat earthers and believe their arguments and they follow this stuff, I don't think you are going to convince more than 5% of the people. If you had a debate, I don't think you would convince a bunch of the people. So again, my perspective would be, I don't care. I don't care if these guys still believe in a flat earth. There's obviously a much better case for this. Therefore, I'm going with that position. It wouldn't matter to me if everyone saw the debate and said, well, you know what? The earth is flat. I would be fixed on the argument, saying, what are the actual arguments and what is the case that makes the most sense? You're saying that if a bunch of the people aren't going to be convinced by the other person's argument, therefore you should just remain agnostic. And I'm just, no, that's not
all right.
my thinking. And I don't think it's your thinking either.
Okay, so we disagree on this part. This will be relevant actually for I think, for number 2. Let's come to that, and then we can
might be more relevant there. Might be more relevant.
In that guy's position in Pakistan.
Hey, pause it. What? That's funny. You just scrolled over and it says the injustice of God. I've never seen this, and I'm sitting here saying, if you were raising this as an argument about the justice of God, that may be relevant, but you actually.
Because we're actually thinking along those lines, right?
% of people in your surrounding and your family are Muslims, then you would also most likely, almost certainly, be born as a Muslim, live your life as a Muslim, and die as a Muslim. And you would be offended by Muhammad cartoons, by the way. Most likely, there would be no way for you to ever come to the conclusions that you have right now.
Hey, pause it.
Christian who was born.
What?
You're bringing up Muhammad cartoons.
Yes.
You just had to toss that. You had to toss that thing in there. But you know what's interesting? I mean, seriously interesting. When you just said that, you're like, Muhammad cartoons. And I'm thinking, are people still mad about Muhammad cartoons anymore? And I know they are, but doesn't it seem like way back in the day at this point, like where people, I was just in a live stream over with your brother in Christ and Reason Answers, and a guy kept yelling, your God is a pedophile, your God is a pedophile, as a Muslim. And so he wouldn't shut up. So we just started ripping up a Quran until he left. But I mean, think about that. Like, it was just a few years ago when you get horribly massacred for having a Muhammad cartoon or drawing a Muhammad cartoon. Now I can walk all over Speaker's Corner with a Quran shirt on, and people can burn the Quran, everything else, and people aren't dying over it. I'm just saying, guys, there are progress, and this ties into AP's theory, where if you're raised to believe something, if you're raised to believe that that there's a huge problem with drawing Muhammad cartoons, then that's the way you're raised, and so on. But notice, we still make an impact. The point is, we're making impacts on global beliefs, so people can change their mind.
No, I think that's actually a different thing that is not comparable to it, because what we're doing, and this is a good thing that we're doing, and I've said this for many years, we are basically normalizing the very offensive thing that people are going crazy about. And if they see that very same thing going on again and again and again and again and again, their reactions to it will over time weaken, because they will be desensitized, they will get used to it, they will be okay with it, they will be like, okay, am I going to be angry about this again for the 5,000th time? There it is very much about how normal versus not normal not whether how true or false something is.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
more
I'm not talking about it being the exact same parallel. I'm
Yeah.
saying people do change over time. People do
That's
change
true.
over
That's
time.
true.
So saying, oh, there are differences, therefore there's no reality here.
That's true. That's true. That's what they do.
That's what they do.
Born in America, for example, there would be no way for you to ever convert to Christianity, no matter what kinds of scenarios people want to offer you right now to justify your beliefs. We are very lucky in the 21st century. Let's go back 500 years. It was extremely uncommon compared to today to interact with other religions, to learn about different religions. Today, the least informed individual can use their smartphone, which we use more commonly to look at much less intelligent things, to learn.
The exposure therapy. Someone remind me of exposure therapy over time. I want to start using that.
Yeah.
Because exposure therapy, that's where like if someone's scared of spiders, then you like at first you would try to show them a picture of the spider, and then you'd put the picture closer to them, and eventually you would have them in the same room with a spider in a cage or something like that. And then eventually you'd have them in a room with a spider that's not in a cage, and then you get closer. And so you're exposing them to that. But that is a good way. That is a good way to explain what we do with jihadis and Dawa guys. That here's all this stuff that we're going to kill you over, and we're basically global exposure therapists. Shouldn't we like describe it? Like describe ourselves as like, so David Wood, Christian exposure therapist. Wouldn't that be good?
That would be.
And then people say, "Hey, what do you mean by exposure therapist?" We say, "Well, we've got all these guys who say they're going to kill you over this and that and this and that, and they're terrified of this and that. They're terrified of a Muhammad cartoon. They're terrified of all this stuff, and we expose them to it over time. And then when they say, "Oh, why are you doing this? Why are you eating the Quran?" It's it's exposure therapy. We're helping these people.
That's a good point, actually.
I do like that. I like that.
That is quite a good point.
That's why I wanted to say it, just so I'm more likely to remember it, but I'm probably going to forget it anyway. And so, guys, remind me of this at some point when it's relevant.
See, I put it on the screen here.
Nice. We should have a channel called Exposure Therapy.
And this is something that is actually done in therapy with people who have PTSD, who have phobias, panic disorders, and things like that, where slowly, gradually, over time, they're exposed to a certain thing to then tackle it. Is done in different ways. But very, very nice suggestion here. Very nice suggestion.
Learn the basics about most major religions in the world. In a week, you can learn much of the important stuff, or most of the important stuff, about all the major religions, and you can have a fairly good understanding about them. It may be a bit of a headache, but
that was a bit of a stretch there.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Yeah, in 10 minutes, you can learn everything about all major world religions.
I mean, I guess you could learn the basics of all of the major religions within a week, sitting down. It would be a little bit. Yeah, I think it's doable. It would be a headache, but it's probably doable.
It's possible. So it's easy for us nowadays to sit here and say, yeah, I could have converted to that religion, but it's obviously wrong. So why would I do that? I'm totally convinced with my own. The average person 500 years ago didn't even have the luxury to think about any of this and to question whether they should stay a Muslim or a Christian or convert to a different religion. I think the point here is clear. We are born into different times and geographies, and the beliefs that we have depend on the time and the place that we are in. But the problem does not end by just saying religions depend on our circumstances, which is why all religions are wrong because they are random. Let's come back to the topic, God. According to Islam and Christianity, you have to.
Okay, here is the topic now, where this ties into
injustice of God.
Mm-hmm. Believe in God, and you have.
That's not all, by the way. I completely forgot how I did this video, but I'm now realizing that this is that it is one major argument that is packed into three different things that all tie into each other. The third is the cruelty of God.
For some reason, I thought this was going to be like 37 arguments against the existence of God.
No.
And instead, it's just one guy whining, "Oh, it's not fair. It's not fair. What? Look at this map. I looked at a map and I said, no, there is no God, because if God exists, there would be no maps."
And then I think after that, after 28 minutes, it's then just
you have another point.
further thoughts about this.
You might need to do 2 parts of this, man. Part 1 and part 2.
Yeah,
we can do part 1 today, go through like half of it, and then part 2 on like Monday or something like that, and go through the rest of it.
Maybe, inshallah. Yeah.
To believe in its scripture and its commandments and the rules of these religions.
What was this guy saying?
religions depend on our circumstances, which is why all religions are wrong, because they are random. Let's come back to the topic, God. According to Islam and Christianity, you have to believe in God, and you have to believe in its scripture and its commandments and the rules of these religions. You must have the right beliefs in order to avoid eternal punishment. In Christianity, you must believe in Jesus, God, to be saved, in order to avoid hell. Whether you see that place as a place of eternal suffering or of physical torture is irrelevant right now. In Islam, you must believe in Allah and Muhammad and the Quran in order to go to heaven and avoid brutal eternal punishment in hell. But taking into consideration,
you can't possibly overstate how brutal it is actually in Islam, by the way. I say that, and sometimes you point that out, but the Quran is very explicit when it talks about the punishments inflicted upon those who disobey Allah and all that. It's
they use it about, they use the
messed up.
Use one of them as a scientific miracle. There's that
Yes,
passage where it
yes.
says, Allah will burn all your skin off, and then he'll replace the skin so he can burn it off again. And he's just this
Yeah.
endless cycle of him burning off your skin, replacing it. And so it's like something out of Hellraiser. But Muslims use that and say, you see, how did Allah know that if you remove someone's skin, they won't be able to feel the pain, and therefore you need new skin? So you see, this couldn't have come from Muhammad, as if there'd never been a burn victim in all of Arabian history or something like that, who could tell you, hey, I don't feel pain in this spot anymore. That got burned.
Well,
Anyway.
it's so messed up that this is actually part of Muslim culture, where people are reminded how horrible it is to go to hell, and they explain to each other all the terrible, messed up, extremely insufferably painful things that will be done to you if you commit certain sins and don't believe properly, and so on. It's a whole belief system that very much relies on just hey, if you don't do this proper thing, then you will be given a drink that will be hot and that will burn your insides, and then you will be hung from your nipples, and then you will be skinned, and the skin will be put back on. It's quite a messed up culture. Yep.
Exposure therapy.
everything that I have just talked about, the map, the religious distribution, and how our beliefs depend
Keep
You
talking.
seriously put the map back up?
on our circumstances. Is this really just? Is God or Allah really fair? If he is not fair, can we still believe in him? As explained, believing in these religions completely depends on where you are born. Born in Saudi Arabia, Muslim. Born in Russia, Christian. Born in Pakistan, Muslim. Born in America, Christian. Born in India, Hindu. Born in China, atheist or Buddhist. If you're born in Japan, you are probably an atheist or a Shinto or something new. Most likely you are neither Christian nor Muslim. When your religious beliefs mostly depend on your environment and your conditions, which you can do nothing
This is some really solid, some really advanced technology here with the.
It is. I'm looking at this going, gosh, this is the best. This is like Hollywood level editing.
Yeah, I don't know if there's any proper movie that has better effects than this. Yeah.
No.
for. Does it then really make sense that God punishes or rewards people based on what they believe in when they die? If Islam is true and Allah is the one true God, then that means that the vast majority of those who are born into Christianity are doomed and will go to hell by default, because only few of them will become non-Christians and only a very tiny number of people will ever convert to Islam. If Christianity is true and you have to follow Jesus in order to be saved, then the average person born in Pakistan as a Muslim is by default doomed, because he strictly believes in the truth of Islam and will most likely not question their belief ever. It means the vast majority of those people who are born into Islam, who are born as Muslims, are doomed to live an empty life and probably go to hell forever and never to be saved because of where and when they were born.
I'm not sure if I added this later on, but just in case I didn't, the major thing to consider here is, and even if that person is during their life, especially then actually, if they are confronted by a person of a different faith who argues with them, they are most likely, almost exclusively they're likely to end up rejecting that other person's beliefs and strictly holding on to their own, thereby having then rejected the true belief from the other person's perspective, as it would seem.
I don't have to make big claims about how people experience religion. We know by experience that most people simply don't seek and don't inquire. Most
Even attacking Sikhs here. What's wrong with
people are loyal to the religion that they belong to. Could it really be that somebody named Marcus, who was born as a Christian in America and just does what he is supposed to do without ever questioning it, without ever seeking and thinking much, who just worships or doesn't worship and lives his life in a good or a bad way? Could it really be that this person does nothing but simply to just live in conformity and to exist? But he dies as a Christian because he was born into Christianity and he therefore goes to heaven. But I, or somebody in Afghanistan, for example, someone who has looked for the truth all his life, but who simply couldn't find the right answer, who couldn't find the truth, will go to hell simply because he couldn't be convinced by anything, although he really wanted to. Don't come at me with, if you just look into your heart, if you really want it, if you just let God do his work.
Is that what I said?
If you just sincerely
Just-
ask God,
Just look into your heart, AP.
Oh, look into your heart.
He will reveal himself to you. It doesn't work that way. That's what Christians say, it's what Muslims say, and what others say. It doesn't work. That's how you think it works because that's how you feel, because you believe in it, because you.
I'm very sorry to say this, but I'm still going to stick to exactly that thought when people say that. Yeah.
You should be sorry, because this is all dumb.
Prove me wrong.
Oh, I'm about to, but yeah, finish your point.
To you. It doesn't work that way. That's what Christians say, it's what Muslims say, and what others say. It doesn't work. That's how you think it works because that's how you feel, because you believe in it, because you feel the emotion, the rush, but it's not true. To every Christian who will tell me that if you just asked God and
This reminds me of Jeffrey Dahmer, like looking in other people's hearts. I don't know.
if you sincerely want it, then God will reveal himself to you, and that you feel this connection because they communicate with you. I have to tell you, as a religious Muslim, I thought the same thing, and I felt the same thing. I felt the same connection. I felt overwhelmed. It was right there. It was heavy. It was sweet. It was beautiful. Sometimes it even felt like it made me drunk because I felt so in love.
Ooh.
And yet I have
He was
encountered
drunk.
so many Christians who have described basically the same thing in different words. I know some people will really try to tell me that what I experienced as a Muslim was actually the wrong thing. It was actually something different, and only the feeling that you feel as a Christian is the right thing, and that is guidance. Just as a Muslim will tell us that what Christians feel is actually misguidance and that it is Satan touching them, whereas what Muslims feel.
I don't know why I said it that way, but it sounds very, very strange when I listen to it now.
What, Satan touching someone?
Yeah.
Satan touched me.
So
Show me where Satan touched you. Show me on the doll where Satan touched you.
Right. And who is the judge here who will point at the right one and the wrong one? You? Me? Other humans who are so mistaken by default? Who are so wrong about so many things in the world again and again, just like me? Isn't it so obvious that it is all so subjective and so biased that it's all the same? But hey, let's put the divide between Christianity and Islam and
Can't pay attention when people are saying funny things to me. AP was intellectually molested by Satan, you see.
Right when he said that, I remembered. Wasn't that one of the first episodes of It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia?
Oh my!
Remember the doll? They're asking him where he was molested. He's a grown up now, and they're making up a story about how their gym coach or something like that molested them so that they can like sue the school. They're just trying to get rich, so they make up a story about how this guy molested them. But then, because I think that was the first episode I saw. And then they're like, show us on the doll what he did. And then it shows him, and then you got the doll's butt here, and you see him going in with his finger. And I'm like, there's no way they're going to show this. There's no way. Because you would never show that on TV, right? And it shows him, and he's going, and then all of a sudden he goes, and I was like, no, my goodness, they did it. They showed it. Oh, boy.
I know that show was crazy.
Yeah,
crazy,
they crossed some lines. They crossed some lines.
That's good. That's good humor. That's comedy. That's good quality. Alhamdulillah. Hey, what the hell is this, man?
All right, what do you want to do? You want to take some comments and super chats? You want me to completely embarrass you for everything you just said right there?
Hold on, what? I just saw
What
that. Saw that my Artusi is getting more views than I was getting. So
what, on a live stream?
No,
or on a video?
on the interview with Andrew Dole.
Oh, he's getting more views than you.
Yeah, it's terrible.
They are still seen
Well,
as rebellion.
in his defense, that's a British show, and Maya Artusi is a guy who's in Great Britain. So you're a foreigner
I
to
don't
them.
know.
AP. You're a foreigner to them.
I might have to hire a hitman.
Trying to
or
help
something.
you. Yeah.
Yeah.
Guys, make sure you watch AP's interview on heretics after we're done here. We can't let this Tusi guy
Yeah.
take over. Hey,
Yeah,
he's actually that's a cool looking dude, man.
I won't allow this.
Like he looks
Yeah.
like he should be in like movies or something like that, right? Like an actor, like a crime guy or crime boss or something like that.
Yeah, it looks like he could be the next James Bond, considering inclusivity and all that.
Did you just say Jane Bond?
James Bond? I said
You said
James
Jane
Bond.
Bond. That's messed up. Hey, you heard
James
it here,
Bond.
folks. He just ruthlessly insulted Maher Tusi.
Yeah.
Called him
Yeah.
Jane Bond. I have a recording.
Christians and Muslims aside, let's say that monotheism is true. Let's talk about China. What about the guy in
China.
Let's talk about China.
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 Love China.
It's about China. What about
China.
China? When people tell you about God, just say, what about China?
How about China? I love China.
Oh man.
But China. I love China. China.
Yeah. Okay. So Bambus Lighting said, "What about an Aristotelian type God? AP, no POE. What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean about? What do you mean? And what do you mean Aristotelian type God? How would it be different? I don't get it."
Well, any of that is significantly different from what you were saying if you're referring specifically to Christianity and Islam.
Well,
'Cause
we're talking
again,
about the unmoved mover thing, that there is a being
yeah, like a
behind
first
whatever is
first
wrong.
cause who causes everything else. But which I mean, Christians and Muslims will agree with those arguments and so on. But again, that's why I said expanded theism. If you just take theism, that's the proposition that a God with certain attributes exists and created the universe. If you start talking about heaven and hell and judgment and sin and so on, at the very least, you'd want to call that expanded theism. It's theism plus a bunch of additional doctrines. And that's why for a lot of what you're saying, it's like you're not really just talking about the proposition whether God exists or not. You're talking about a larger belief system and that you're responding to. And
Well,
so even what you were just saying right here about the justice of God, that kind of most of that really wouldn't be relevant to the question, does God exist? There would be more relevant to the justice of a Christian or Islamic type God. And so
That's why I explained at the beginning of the video in the introduction section, which you apparently didn't pay any attention
no,
to.
I know. I'm saying you're being deliberately confusing in the way you're addressing the issue and being very sloppy. And it should be why I don't believe in a Christian/Islamic
That's why
God.
I specifically specified here in the introduction section that there is a distinction. when
That's why
talking
I
about
specifically said in my introduction that the topic I say I'm addressing is not what I'm actually addressing. I'm actually addressing this other topic.
I specifically said there that if we're talking about a certain being that is behind everything, then that's a different topic. However,
Different topic than the one that my video is titled.
However, if we're talking about the very personal God that is the subject of Christianity and Islam and all that, then yeah, here are my thoughts. Which is why I then expanded it, not just leaving it with the map, but also coming to the justice and injustice and cruelty and all that part. Because none of this would be relevant to talking about whether there is a giant computer out there that produced everything, for example.
Mm-hmm.
It's about specificity.
Yeah. So you are not rejecting God. You're rejecting a Judeo-Christian God.
I'm rejecting specificity.
Yeah. You hate specificity.
I love specificity. Martin Mel said David Wood, Pinky plus the brain in one. He's a genius and insane. That's a good point, but Pinky is also pretty dumb. So I wouldn't think that is actually. Is he? I don't even know. I watched it when I was a child.
Wait, Pinky's insane? You just said he's stupid.
Well, he is stupid, but he's also insane, pretty much. Yeah. I need to go back and watch Pinky.
Hey, wasn't Crowder a character on that? Steven Crowder?
No, I think There was something
I think he
related.
was a voice actor on some show. Hang on, I'm going to find
What's
it. You can
what's
go
the
ahead and
name?
carry it. Check out some super chats, and I will look up.
Lord Snow said, question for Daily Wire. Can a non-Christian go to heaven? Daily Wire, what do you think?
Oh, I know why I thought that. He was on the show Arthur, 17 episodes, and he played Alan the Brain Powers. So he played the brain. So when you were talking about pinking the brain, I was thinking, oh, okay. I remember him playing something about the brain. But yeah, different show. Arthur. That's the show Arthur, ladies and gentlemen.
Arthur. Yes, Skylar the Creator is that Arthur. Yeah. Skylar the Creator. Huh? Question for Daily Wire. Can a non-Christian go to heaven?
That's a question that's actually relevant to the most recent
Yes.
section that AP
Yes.
is going through.
Yes.
Because when he's raising his objection, so keep in mind, this is actually partly a response to what you were saying that I wanted to respond to, but also then it will lead into a response to this question.
Then leave it.
When you're talking about, but these things are much more significant if it's the existence of God or something like that. To me, that's kind of like the significance issue or hey, this thing, the significance is way dialed up on something like this. That's irrelevant to kind of the main question. In other words, we had a discussion earlier about round earth versus flat earth. And you'd say, but the existence of God is so much more significant. Well, suppose you made the issue more significant. Suppose we're trying to decide whether the earth is round or the earth is flat. And we found out that one religion teaches that if you say the earth is round, you're going to heaven. Another religion teaches that if you say the earth is flat, you're going to heaven. And that those are the only people going to heaven. That additional proposition, that modification of the hypothesis that, you have to decide, and it's a matter of going to heaven or hell. To me, that wouldn't affect the question of whether the earth is round or flat. I would say, okay, that's an additional proposition and so on.
That's true.
With that said, I pointed out, even when we were talking earlier, that if this were raised as an objection to the justice of God or something like that, that would be more relevant. So as far as what AP is saying here, raising this as an objection to the justice of a God who's going to judge you based on what you believe, when you might be just born into the correct belief system, or you might be born into a system where you're raised all your life to think that system is the other system is the most evil thing ever. That is relevant there. So these kinds of things are relevant. So as a question, can a non-Christian go to heaven? Difficult question, of course.
David admits that AP was right in the video.
I'm just trying to be nice because I don't want to say, hey, that was the dumbest thing I've ever heard in my entire life. So on the issue, can a non-Christian go to heaven? I would say, obviously, according to the Bible. Keep in mind what I'm saying, ladies and gentlemen. We talk about the Old Testament saints, Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, and so on. Were these guys what we would classify as a modern Christian? No, they didn't know a lot of this stuff. You'd say, hey, they believed. We say that they were looking forward to it. They would not have known a lot of things about Jesus dying on the cross and rising from the dead that are required for belief in Christianity. So we would say that you can. It's that God is going to judge you based on the revelation that you actually have access to. So we'd say that that's at least a scenario that we know in the Bible where people who wouldn't qualify as Christian in a modern sense, nevertheless, God would judge them based on the revelation that they received and their reaction to that revelation. So it's not a situation where you'd say they believed in the full gospel or something like that. You'd say the blood of Christ is applied to them because of how they responded to the revelation that they were given. But guess what? You could, and here's the thing: I'm not going to affirm this. I'm just going to say it would make sense from the biblical perspective. What if you have someone who's on an island somewhere and never hears the gospel and doesn't know things? Is there some amount of revelation that even that person has? Well, yeah, you have what's called natural revelation. You can know that the universe is created. You can know that there's some sort of moral law. You can know that you haven't lived up to it. And you can know, hey, if there is something out there, then I haven't lived up to it. And therefore I'm in need of a savior. Can you be saved based on responding to that revelation? D Wood doesn't know, but I wouldn't rule it out because again, we have similar situations with people in the Old Testament. So there are lots of Christians, in fact, possibly most Christians, who say, no, this is what you have to believe and this is what's required. I'm in I'm in a category where I don't know. I've seen people give presentations on. Matter of fact, let me just give you a specific example. I was at a conference. I believe this was in Texas. It was the Evangelical Philosophical Society. So these are evangelical Christian philosophers who are making arguments about some of these things, and then you have philosophers who are rejecting those kinds of things. But they talk about whether a person who, they break it down in 3 categories: completely unevangelized. In other words, you've never heard the gospel. What's the status there? Then they bring up the category of pseudo-evangelized. So maybe you've heard the gospel, but it's not an accurate presentation. And they give the example of like a slave who is brought to America, and he has Christian slave masters who beat him. And so suppose they preach the gospel to them. Has that person been evangelized? Well, no. If the guy who has you as a slave and so on is telling you something to believe in, it doesn't mean you've been seriously evangelized. You have a reason to be thinking this guy's sick. Why am I going to listen to this? Okay, I'll stop.
So here's the
Lord Snow, send your question again later, and then I'll actually answer it.
how about this, David? Let's make it very simple. Let's ask a very relevant question to this. In your opinion, I, as the person that I am, if I lived all my life the way I do, and I died in this state, never affirming until I shut my eyes and I cease living that there is a God and that Christianity is true, do you think, from what you know and understand, that I could go to heaven?
No, do you want me to answer? Because I was answering that when you rudely interrupted me.
Yeah, but don't go into other examples. Just answer that.
You didn't even let me. My conclusion is an answer to what you're saying right now.
Yeah, but can you just answer that?
Yeah. So I'll continue my answer, Lord Snow, which is an answer to what AP just said. So you have people who would say that since there are unevangelized people and pseudo-evangelized people and evangelized people and so on, that therefore they believe that God would give them some sort of posthumous, so after death, opportunity to respond to more accurate knowledge. Here's the thing. Is that correct? I do not know. I do not know to what extent you are required. So if AP is asking me, AP, keep in mind, he's not on some island. He's heard about Christianity. He's read more of the Bible than a lot of Christians out there and so on. So
this is Islam.
He's
This
obviously,
is Islam, not Christianity.
he's obviously more knowledgeable and so on. I believe that no one comes to the Father except through Jesus. Exactly what goes on and what standard people are held to. Lots of Christians are quick to say it. I'm just not. I believe this is a serious issue, the justice of God. And you have different kinds of answers, like people like William Lane Craig, he explains it in terms of Molinism, where God knows who's going to accept and who doesn't accept. And he puts people who are going to accept the gospel in situations in life where they're going to be exposed to the gospel. Is that true? That may be true. That may be true for all I know. So I just say, I don't know exactly what standard people are always going to be held to. No one's come to the Father except through Jesus. What's the situation of people based on different amounts of information or different circumstances that they have? I'm just, apart from seriously studying the issue, it's another issue where I'm going to say I'm not answering until I am actually confident in my answer.
That's a good response. I appreciate it. It's quite honest. Better than Jordan Peterson. Matt Silva says, Prophet Woods, give us your powerful dawah. Yeah, this is good.
Well, you know, when we were getting graped in the mouth, then... It's my favorite dollar.
Daryl, religious faith is pretending to know what you do not know. I know that slogans are very nice, but slogans often don't work.
That slogan is a stupid slogan.
It's the best
pretending to know what you do not.
It's the best slogan I've ever heard in my entire life.
If you're talking about Christian faith specifically, it's a trust in God that you have based on what you do know.
In
other words, Jesus' disciples had faith in him. Did they have reasons to have faith in him? Yeah, they had all kinds of reasons to have faith in him, and therefore they had faith in him.
Urinating Broom said AP doesn't want to believe in God because he has no answer to Mohijab's brilliant, irrefutable argument that monotheism equals Islam. Yeah, yep. This is a very strong argument for Islam. If you conclude that there is a God, then obviously Islam is true. Perfect reasoning there. This is how Islam is ruling the field in terms of logic. Yep. Called right.
By the way, I wanted to ask Hijab about that, but he didn't show up to Speaker's Corner. I guess he was traveling or something like that. But I wanted to ask him, like, hey, you were asked, hey, what's your case for Islam? Why should people believe in Muhammad? And your response was, because monotheism. Oh, my goodness.
What a dumb thing to say.
I'm seriously interested in that because I think because they've rejected their other arguments, like scientific miracles and all these other things, like I've told you repeatedly, I'm wondering what their arguments are. And then so when Hijab finally says, here's the argument for why we believe in Muhammad, monotheism. I think that lots of Dawah guys now are going to say that. If you ask them, hey, why believe in Islam is true? I think probably the first answer you're going to get is because he preached one God and this makes him a prophet. At which point you want to ask, okay, if I say I'm a prophet and I say there's one God, then you're going to believe in me? And they're going to say, no, because you'd be a prophet after Muhammad. It's like, okay, so that's the point. You don't take this as any evidence if it were me, but you take it as supreme evidence as your number one argument for Muhammad. So your real loyalty is not to this argument. Your real loyalty is just somehow to Muhammad. Anyway, I'm actually want to understand that from the perspective, how they're concluding that if someone says there's one God, this is evidence that Muhammad's a prophet. But they would not take that as any evidence for anyone after him. Any other person in all of history could say there's one God, and they would say that's zero evidence. But for Muhammad, it's a knockdown argument. You have to believe in him. Anyway, interesting in that stuff.
That's based. Cultworth said, unless AP gets saved, you will have to hang out with Mike Winger in heaven. This is, this is important. This is actually of great significance, David. Yeah, this is an important point. Giovanni Garcia said, if Dr. Disrespect uploads a video admitting to converting to Islam, everyone will suddenly forgive him and he will be praised. Who?
I think I saw that with Sneeko. I saw that on Sneeko. I have no idea who Dr. Disrespect is, but apparently he was talking about, I don't know, being with a 17-year-old or something like that. And everyone flipped out on him. And Sneeko's like, oh, but who are you to say that it's wrong to bone a 17-year-old or something like that? I don't know all the details, but I saw Sneeko defending him. But yes, Giovanni is entirely correct right here. If Dr. Disrespect said, hey, I've converted to Islam, yeah, the objections.
He's from America. Well, here's the problem with the whole 17-year-old issue. And I know that lots of Americans will freak out when this is being addressed. But for most people in the West, if you say relationship with a 17-year-old, they'll be like, okay.
Mm-hmm.
Weird, but okay.
That's true.
In America, they'll be like, what? Because
no, not really. I think people must not like him for other reasons. I mean, my mom was 15 when she got pregnant with me. My dad was 17, so you could look at that and say, oh my goodness, what was he doing with a 15-year-old? Okay, I'm not gonna. What am I going to do here? What am I going to do?
17 is not that big of a deal across most of the Western world. It is also not illegal in most of the Western world. It is a very strict thing with the whole age of 18 in America.
There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. AP defending sex with minors. AP defends Islam.
Minor sex.
Says, you see, it's all relative.
You see, defending minor sex.
Yeah, but it is interesting because it's the Sneekos of the world, like, oh, well, imagine, and this is what Sneeko said. He's like, oh, but you people would be like, if she's 17 years and 364 days old and has sex, you'd be, oh, look, what an evil person. But if she waited one more day, then you say, oh, it's totally fine, and so on. Just to clarify, our objection to Islam and child marriage and so on is we're talking about little girls. Yeah, you could say there needs to be an age cutoff and so on. The main issue we're talking about is something significantly worse than have a guy having sex with a 17-year-old. So you could say, hey, you need to follow the laws and so on. You're talking about a 9-year-old girl. You're talking about an entirely different category. So you have all these Muslim guys like Sneeko who are rushing to his defense.
Rushing to his defense. Years old. Okay, well, I didn't know that. Okay. 40 years old, American gamer. What the heck?
That's creepier.
That's a little bit much here. Yeah. Okay.
With that said, 40-year-old macking on a 17-year-old. Something creepy about that. When we're talking about 54-year-old Muhammad and 9-year-old Aisha, totally different ballpark. So I'm pointing that out for the Muslims who are like, because anytime we bring up sex with Aisha, they pivot to, oh, but a 17-year-old is a minor, so you would object. There are degrees of wrongness here. There are degrees of wrongness. Just like if you were banging a 5-year-old, that would be worse than banging a 9-year-old. If you're banging a 2-year-old, that would be worse. Anyway.
Yeah. Unknown Brother said, what minor? 17 is a grandma, said Daniel Pikachu.
Yeah, great grandma.
This is true. So Vilma pointed out 15, 17 is a pretty common age of consent, but it's still weird if the age gap is really big. Yeah, I wasn't aware of that. I wasn't aware that the guy's 42 years old. That's a bit creepy. A bit creepy. Daryl said Christianity had its chance to rule the world. It's called the Dark Ages. Daryl, here's the thing.
Daryl. Learn to think for yourself.
Stop being so disrespectful, man.
I'm saying this. When I see the dumb arguments of people who've clearly never had an original thought in their entire lives and don't know.
Here's the thing about the Dark
Look
Ages.
up Dark Ages. Look up Dark Ages.
Yeah, if you look it up, you will find the common, the updated perspective on it, which is that most historians nowadays consider the designation Dark Ages to be incorrect and outdated, and that the Dark Ages were significantly exaggerated and are not actually what some people still think they are. It wasn't an age of darkness due to religion and all that. That's not really what happened. This is outdated and people don't agree. Sheikh Mike Wiggling said, you're both kuffar, so you're both atheist anyway. Sorry, you're both atheist anyway. Please invite Ali Dawa and his wife a proper 2 versus 2 debate, or I'll have to go see Inside Out 2 instead.
Yeah, Ali Dawa. If you want to have a 2-on-2 debate with you and your wife on one side, me and AP on the other, we will agree that one of us, since you have a limitation that she's going to be communicating through a whiteboard, one of us will also use a whiteboard. In fact, you can pick which one uses the whiteboard.
I want to go even further and say we will both use whiteboards if you agree to the debate.
We agree.
Yeah. Valerie D. David Wood AP watch season 4 of The Chosen. Profound. I already read this, but no, didn't yet, but will definitely. Gonzalo Federico Cunaro Podesta said, what the WTF AP? I moved to Germany from South America, and now you are gonna build your cult there? Okay, but name it the following: the falafel experience. I'm still thinking about the name, but yes, I'm thinking that I've been considering that the northeastern part of South America seems like a very good place to build a little cult compound. So I'm kind of thinking about that, and I'm thinking I would call it something like the People's Temple or something like that. I don't know. I came up with this idea. Gonzalo Federico Cunaro Podesta said, Dehi Al-Kalbi's witnesses. We saw it wasn't David. He has all sweaty too. I see what you're saying, but when I read Dehi Al-Kalbi's witnesses, it sounds like it's a parody of Jehovah's Witnesses, and totally random. 3, Austrian Painters Association for those who choose the cow. Oh, you actually meant to parody that. This is still about names for cults. I see. Okay, I get it now. Huh. Should get back to work, said shekels for the shake kills. Metaphorical, of course. Please remember terms you back to work. Shin bet. Oh, okay. That's yeah. Don't make it so obvious, man. People will realize what's going on here. Much to do in Hong Kong with locusts. Yeah, interesting. Are there even locusts in Hong Kong? I don't think so. And I know that there are lots in the Middle East. In fact, people roast and eat them, which I always want to try. It's kind of like eating chips, I guess.
I want to try it too. I want to try it because John the Baptist ate it.
Yeah,
locust and wild. He said he lived off locust and wild honey.
Yeah, but I think it's basically like eating chips, you know. Like
well,
Pringles.
yeah, I'm also wondering when I read that, I was like, do you prepare them somehow, or you just grab them off the ground and eat them?
No, you roast them, and
I'm not saying I understand some people. I'm wondering how John the Baptist ate them, which would kind of be like, how would a first century guy who's eating locusts eat them? Like, that's what I mean. Do you cook them, or do you just like grab one and eat it?
He probably bought them at the store as well and ate them. Yeah. They're probably packaged. Sankei says, AP, almost no facial hair like a woman, boring background, atheist. AP, manly beard, Mario mustache, cool background, agnostic. Draw your own conclusions.
That's a powerful point.
This is a
powerful
solid
point there.
Solid point. Best argument that has been made so far in this entire live stream here. Satan says, really, bro?
Satan.
It's funny when you realize it only after you read it.
Satan.
So you are agnostic about the God. Are you also agnostic about the resurrection and deity of Jesus? What? That's a funny question.
Yeah. So the
That's a very funny question.
Yeah, the question there is: are you saying that Jesus didn't die and he's not divine, or are you just saying I don't know?
No, it doesn't say die. It says resurrection and deity.
Okay.
Yeah,
Are
so-
you? Yeah. So I'm assuming you would believe in the death of Jesus. So are you agnostic?
I
about
cannot say
Jesus?
that he actually died. I don't know. I mean, I guess if I'm agnostic about the supernatural, or the unmoved mover, or the creator, or the originator, or whatever, I honestly don't know at this moment how to answer this question.
Yeah, because it's interesting. Because based on the way you were just about to say, is well, if I'm agnostic about whether there's a God, then I'd be agnostic about whether God did this thing. Which my follow up is going to be: so are you agnostic about whether Muhammad flew to Jerusalem on a winged horse? Because I'm assuming you're gonna be like, I'm not agnostic. I don't believe that ever happened.
Yeah.
So anyway, the existence of God obviously makes the supernatural possible, but assuming the possibility of the supernatural is this. Let me put it this way. William James talked about things being live options. Live hypotheses and dead hypotheses. Dead hypothesis is something you can't even take seriously anymore. A live hypothesis is something that even if you don't assent to, it's something that you could seriously consider. So would it be a live hypothesis or a dead hypothesis?
Yeah, this is actually this question by Satan is possibly one of the most interesting questions that I've read in a while, as simple as it may seem, because I honestly don't have an answer to that right now. I honestly don't know how to answer this question. It's just a quite different angle to look at it. So that's all I can say about it, and I appreciate it. It's quite funny that this question came from Satan. Mad social scientist said, atheist, 20 plus years, no argument can change it. Had a heart attack, NDE, saw my soul's fate and ran to Christ, prayed to war, pray it won't take that for AP or anyone. I thought you were going to say had a heart attack, NDE, saw my soul's fate, ran, and still not convinced. But I thought that's where this was going, because that's kind of how it started. But interesting.
AP, as far as leave that up for a second. As far as your overarching argument, I don't know exactly what your perspective is. I know, like, the new atheists for a long period of time, their approach has been prove to us that God exists. Prove to us that God exists, and we're gonna play skeptic here. And one of the interesting facts is that if someone's playing skeptic, you can't prove a lot to them. I mean, if I didn't want to believe that I'm talking to AP right now, I could be very skeptical and say, maybe this is an AI thing, or maybe maybe powerful aliens are tricking me, and so on. And if you look at some of the new atheists like Richard Dawkins and so on, that is what they say. Like, even if God did this, even if God wrote a message out in the stars, we could still say, well, maybe it's this, maybe it's powerful aliens. The point is, it's prove to us, but we're going to raise our skepticism level up to 10 to where nothing would ever count
that's stupid
as evidence. Yeah, I agree. Whereas when I'm thinking in terms of, so in other words, when someone gives you some argument or evidence, it shouldn't be prove to me that this is true while I play skeptic. It really should be, what makes most sense of this evidence? What makes most sense here? And it might be a situation where, yes, of course, powerful aliens could have arranged those stars to spell out that message to you. But what's the best explanation there? What makes more sense, right? Like that. And so it's a situation, because you and I have talked about near-death experiences before, and we're saying there are For some of the categories of them where the person sees something when their brain is shut down or something like that, or sees something on the roof of the hospital or something, there it's okay. If that story is authentic, we got a serious issue there. But just for the average near-death experience of like seeing yourself leave your body or seeing yourself go through a tunnel or something like that, we can see explanations for that, like things is shutting down in your brain and so on. And so, you know, you're experiencing things differently, and it can change your experience of time and all kinds of other things, because there are drugs that can do some of these things. So we know it's like it's things can affect your brain and so on. So the question is like, is that proof? Is that proof? No. But if we change the question to what makes more sense, there's actually some soul or something like that that's still active even if you're dying in something, or that it's all just brain chemistry. There, I think NDEs do favor the existence of some sort of soul or something like that.
Yep. Did you say NDAs?
NDEs. So what I'm saying is, if you said, hey, this prove to me that God exists, and I'm going to be skeptical, and you present me with evidence for NDEs, I would say that's not going to work. Because even if you showed me, hey, this guy saw what was up on top of the hospital, I'd be like, come on, he may have looked at that earlier.
I thought for a second you were talking about non-disclosure agreements. Like, how did we get there?
Yeah. NDEs.
Yeah, but I have for a long time had the position that if you actually that I don't approach the situation as a total skeptic or cynic, and that I don't think okay, you can argue whatever you want. I simply know that it's false. I have been for a long time, I would say, open to approach the topic in such a way where I think, okay, I do listen to you if you want to talk to me about this issue, and if you can actually demonstrate to me and provide a convincing argument that that this religion is true or this being exists, and if I did find that convincing, I would admit it. I mean, if I was genuinely, consciously convinced, I would admit that, and I would say, yeah, okay, I think you're right. I think you're right. It's true. I think you're right. I think you are right. I believe now. But this often doesn't happen with people approaching the situation with miracles, for example. Like in response to miracles, I have said, if you can show to me that a person who has no leg prayed and then a leg came down from the sky and attached itself to this guy's body, then yeah, I would say definitely a miracle. Otherwise, miracles are also very vague and obscure.
Or you could just say powerful aliens did that.
Which is always the case, yeah. Grauen Ritter said, what does IS mean? What does is mean? Yeah, that's what was missing. In this case, it means intellectual subjugation. Max said AP stands for a man of piety. Lloyd 444 said, you know what they say, more
problems. More problems.
More problems. Giovanni Garcia said, I love JPE, but couldn't you just reverse the method on him when he does that? Like, what you do mean by mean, and you, like if I was atheist in a normal world and suddenly I'm in a muddy trench praying, which me would be praying. This goes very much into playing the philosophy of the mind with Jordan Peterson when he talks about what do you mean by do? What do you mean by you? Yeah, you could indeed turn this around and turn it into a complete mess. But then again, why would you do that? See?
Yeah. So, well, the relevant point there is when we're having a discussion, it's assumed that we understand what words mean. If I ask you a question, you're suddenly going to start going, what do you mean by do? It's like, okay, dude, this is, there's something weird about this right now.
Yeah. If you come to me and ask me, do you believe in God? I obviously know what we are talking about, right? I obviously know what we are talking about. I obviously know what do means and what you means and what believe means in this case. If I approach this with an endless discussion about the meaning of believe and do, it seems to most people like I'm just avoiding an answer, beating around the bush.
Yeah, that's why it was impressive that Cosmic could actually get him to say something and say, okay, I suspect that if you brought back a camera, brought it back in time, put it in front of the tomb of Jesus, I suspect you would see someone walking out of there.
But then he still Again,
still, well, I don't know what it means. Okay, well, that was enough. That was enough to answer the question.
yeah.
That's the point of the question, was to get the answer to the question. It doesn't matter if you don't understand the implications or something.
Yeah. I don't know if you know this about Central Asia, but although they are Muslim countries, they are more religiously liberal and secular. They don't even cover up, etc. Mostly thanks to the USSR times. Yeah, I know. I'm aware of that because I was very much into researching Kazakhstan in the distant past.
Greatest country in the world.
which Borat completely made a mess of by presenting it as this. This is so funny. He actually went and picked Kazakhstan for this Borat backstory, but the way he depicts it has nothing to do with what Kazakhstan actually is in reality. And lots of people from Kazakhstan are very, very upset and offended by that. Like, what why? Why would you do this? Why don't pick some other country? Why us? But yeah, no, I know that it's a common thing in Central Asia.
That's kind of funny. Like, just pick it. Let me pick a random country and.
Yeah. Because much of Kazakhstan is actually very quite advanced and has very solid cities and all that. It's an interesting place, but it's a very Russian influenced, Turkic, weird place. Sanke said AP's MAP Christian North Korea. What? AP's map Christian North Korea.
Your map had
Jewish
North
Lebanon,
Korea as Christian.
Ethiopia. Ethiopia should have run this through someone smart like Mike Winger. Are you serious?
Let's check out your map. I'm the 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 map.
Wait a
Hey,
minute.
look at Christian
What?
North Korea, AP.
What? I didn't even pay attention to this. That's funny. Lebanon is Jewish here. You're right.
Wow.
Ethiopia is Muslim. Wow.
Guys, this is how atheists are, right?
North
Look at
Korea
my knockdown argument. They can't even like understand what's on the graphic that they're using.
This is funny. That's hilarious.
Or unless it's a prophecy of 10 years to come.
Oh, yeah.
There's a like.
What else is inaccurate? Maldives seems red. I think that would be right. Anyway, I don't care. Very, very funny. Very funnily done.
Very high quality video, AP.
High quality.
Yeah, it's good that you picked that map instead of any other one.
Yeah, I could have picked down like Pikachu. Nuttis said, "Are you ready, kids? I, Muhammad. I'm going to marry you." This is how SpongeBob starts. Instead of, but it says, "I, Captain." Just so you know, David. Sheikh Mike Winderling said AP really thought it was a good idea to get Daily Wire to react to a video of past Associated Press sharing his feelings. What a dorky kuffar, lol. This is a good point as well. Should have gone to Mike Winger. Yeah. I miss AP's accent. Oh yeah, I still had an accent back then. Yeah. Nowadays, zero accent.
Yeah, what are you going to sound like 10 years from now?
Well, I'll be sounding like this, man. Sound like this, son. Lorichetto says, "What is the feeling? Helped by hidden hands." Yes, that's exactly what it is. Hector Camacho said, "We must wage jihad against uninspired philosophy for committing shirk, the unforgivable sin of associating with Winger." And
Yeah.
that is...
No, it is, guys, and I've pointed it out. I've pointed it out already. There's a possibility that he's trying to infiltrate the Wingerling community to destroy it from within, in which case all is forgiven. But yes, if he has aligned himself with the Wingerlings, that's pretty terrible.
The Wingerlings will be the end of Western society as we know it. Nada said, "Who lives in a Medina under Allah? Prophet Muhammad, hedonistic and lustful and liar. Is he Prophet Muhammad?" If terrorist jihad be something you wish, Prophet Muhammad. I can't do the song. I don't know how it goes. Who lives in Medina under Allah? Prophet Muhammad. Hedonistic. I have to listen to the song to do it right. Sheikh Mark Wingerling said David Wood still thinks he's smarter than everyone, which explains his impotent rage against Mark Winger. refusing to concede his intellectual superiority. Does it sound about right?
Partly correct in the sense that, well, now I think I'm a moron, and that there's like, oh, if here's everything that could possibly be known, how much of that do I actually know? Like one little speck. But at the same time, I think lots of other people know even less. So what the heck? It is kind of a Socrates thing where he's thinking, I don't know anything, but everyone else thinks they know something. So I guess I'm better off than that. Now it's more along those lines. Like, I don't know. I know a little bit, but everyone else think you know way more than you know. And so I've got an advantage.
I'm better than Socrates. I actually admit that I don't know anything at all. I'm much better than him. D. Boudreau says anthropologists have identified 18,000 gods, goddesses, objects of worship in the ancient world. Nobody believes in them anymore. The likelihood of today's gods eventually being discarded are extremely high.
Yeah, and anthropologists have identified 18,000 scientific theories that are now rejected. I guess no scientific theory is correct because all of the ones that have been rejected. Silly reasoning, give it up.
Well, there is a point to be made here. That was a very false equivalence, David. But there is a point to be made here, which is that indeed there were times long before the emergence of the religion and the God of Abraham. This is actually scholarly agreed upon. You should know this. That there were different religions throughout the millennia.
Wow, there were different religions, and there were different views of pretty much everything. Shocking. I guess we can't know anything that's true, because any true belief you could actually maintain, I could say, but there were lots of people who didn't believe that in the past, so this can't be true. Goodness. My goodness, the sloppiness of atheistic reason.
I don't want to misrepresent D here, but I think the point that she would make in this case would be when those beliefs and those different ideas, different religions, different religious beliefs were around, the
people
God of
believed
Abraham,
in him, and therefore
no.
The likelihood of today's gods eventually being discarded are extremely high. It's exactly what she said. People rejected those beliefs, therefore they'll reject these beliefs.
The God of Abraham did not exist at that time. That's what she would argue, probably.
Well, it's not what she's saying at all.
But that's what she would probably argue next.
She's just saying, hey, people believed in these gods. They were eventually discarded. So probabilistically, if you said 18,000 gods were all believed in at some point, but rejected, then what's the probability? What's the chances that this God will also be rejected at some point? Well, based on those gods being rejected,
I know what you're saying. I know what you're saying. And
I'm just saying what she said right there. I'm saying what she said.
And that doesn't actually refute the point that she's making at all. But I'm also saying, on top of that, to continue arguing here in this, from what she's saying, it would also be the next thing to point out that much of this existed long before people ever believed, as has been anthropologically established in the Jewish religion, the God of Abraham.
Zero relevance to anything we're talking about.
Yes,
except for the stuff that's going on in your mind, which is jumbled and confused.
Totally, because that would kind of mean that that thousands of years of people living on this planet, believing in random things, there was no point to anything at all, because none of them was actually believing in the.
You hear this? You hear what AP just said? That without God, everything is pointless and meaningless.
Nope, that's not what I said.
You just said it. You said if they didn't believe in the true God for all these years, then everything was just pointless and meaningless. Okay.
From your perspective. Okay. From the religious perspective, not from my perspective.
You just said it. I didn't say it. You said it.
No, assume if it is true, assuming that there is a God and that this God is.
So if God exists, then everything apart from the existence of God is irrelevant. That's strange stuff.
Nope, that's not what I said. That's not what I'm saying at all. What I'm saying is that if there is a God, and if these religions are true, and there is indeed God's plan and God's purpose for which He creates everything, and the ultimate meaning and purpose behind the existence of human beings is to come to the conclusion that there is a God and to believe in Him and die that way, then there is no point at all for all of those millennia of humans, of civilizations.
No point. To exist. There's nothing else apart from those.
Prior to the emergence of God.
This is amazing. This is AP saying everything's meaningless if.
Nope, that's not what I'm saying at all.
That is what you're saying.
I'm saying if there is a God. If this
Yeah.
is the
If
case,
there is a God, then
everything
everything else
before
would be
is meaningless.
insignificant except for that one
No,
thing.
that's not
And
what I'm saying
therefore,
at all.
without that, then you're just left with everything
Nope,
being meaningless and insignificant.
Nope, that's not what I'm saying at all. What I'm saying is, if this is the
You
purpose,
heard
then
it here, folks. Everything
everything
is
that came
meaningless without
before,
God.
then everything that came before this was completely meaningless.
Why
Because
can it be meaningful? Just you're missing something. Why could it be meaningful that relationships and living and life, these are all some kind of meaning, yet you don't have the greatest meaning, but you still have meaning? Gosh, I feel like I'm actually
why did
defending
those
atheists who say there's still meaning even without God.
why did those people exist? If this is the purpose, this is not an argument. It's just a question. I just want to go down that path. So, if it is true that there is a God who created everything with this whole plan of having people believe and following a path and dying and knowing Him and going to heaven and all of that, and we know, let's say we know that that before this God emerges in history, there were millennia of people just living and believing completely different things. What in the world was the purpose for all those people to exist and to live?
There
Why
can't
did
be
they
any
exist?
purpose other than
No, I'm asking
other
you.
than
I'm asking you. I'm asking you. What
I'm
was
just
the
saying
purpose?
it. I'm just saying if people are living and they have lives and they do things, you're saying that's completely meaningless.
That's not what I'm saying at all. I'm saying I'm
It
asking
sounds
you.
like that's what you're saying. You're saying, what's the
I'm
point?
I'm asking you.
I'm
What's the
saying,
purpose? I'm asking you. What's the point?
whatever you believe is meaningful. How could
No.
those people not have meaning if this one thing is true and they don't know about it? Like,
Okay.
how would
What
that
is
be? How would that be? How
what?
would that be? It's like you're saying either it's like all or nothing. It's either you have the one meaning or
David,
nothing else is meaningful.
I believe they can find meaning. I believe you can find meaning in 1,000 different things, myriads of
How are we
things.
disagreeing?
I'm asking
But you're
you
saying
as a
if
I'm
you're
asking
saying
you as a
God
religious
exists,
person.
you're
As a
saying
religious
if God
person.
exists, then all these things just disappear. All this meaning just disappears.
No, I'm
You're saying-
asking you if your religion is true, for example, then what exactly is, in your perspective, from your religious framework, from your religious view, what is the point of these millennia of humans existing and living without knowledge of this God?
According to my view, we are created in the image of God. This is not Islam, where we're these helpless things, and we just, unless God comes and tells us what to do in all these different situations, then we're basically animals. We're created in the image of God. What are people doing? We're learning. We're learning about the world. We're exploring. We're developing relationships. All these things are meaningful from the perspective of us being created in the image of God. We're gaining dominion over nature. All these things are meaningful. And for you to say that atheists have no meaning in life is just an insult to atheists everywhere. And shame on you.
That's not what I said at all. So what you think is that all those people for millennia existed just to live and die, like all the animals, for example, that have no.
They're not like the
of-
animals. They're not like the animals. They're the
of
image
whom
of
it is
God.
not
They
of
were
whom it
doing
is not
different. They were
expected.
doing different things. And yes, learning and exploring and becoming better and gaining dominion over nature and figuring out the universe and stuff. All that stuff is meaningful.
But then they just live and die with all the meaning and everything that they added to the world. They don't eventually, worship the true God and go to heaven or anything. They just exist and die. That's it.
Well, how do you? No, I didn't say that.
So you think that people actually did have the chance, or that that it could be true that long before the emergence of the true religion, people could have had the means to actually go to heaven, for example.
I've literally said multiple things like maybe God will judge you on the revelation that you had even before you had the full revelation of the gospel. I've said maybe there's some posthumous maybe there's something after death where you'd be given the opportunity to respond. So I'm saying I don't know. So you're saying here's what you believe about these people. I'm saying I don't know what to believe about those people.
So if a person was back then born in a cannibalistic rape environment, and they just lived as part of that without changing anything, and died, there could still be a chance for them to have a revelation before or after death, and eventually go to heaven.
How would I know? What are you talking about?
Fair enough. Okay, fine.
I
guess
literally 5 minutes ago, I was going, I don't know anything.
Interesting thoughts. Yep. Lloyd444 said Jordan Peterson needs to go through the leather straps into the belly of Moham and step on the grapes of Islamic lies. This is a very, very important point. Then free Aisha by defeating the 30 snakes of lust and escape out of the backbone of semen to go tidy his room to get the truth. This is perfect. This is perfect. I have never seen a better description of the meaning of life with an Islamic touch to it. Alhamdulillah. Beautiful, powerful stuff. Powerful stuff. Powerful stuff. Powerful stuff. GLX270 said, I'm Christian, but if I was born a Muslim, I think I would eventually become an atheist, even if I had to keep it as sacred. See? You see, that's what you do. That's what they do. That's what they do. Nutters then ambush on the kufr and blow up like a pufferfish. Prophet Muhammad. Paolo Lungaro said, a lot of atheists say they believe in God is to eliminate the fear of death. Thoughts to the both of you. A lot of atheists say the belief in God is to eliminate the fear of death. Thoughts to the both of you. Okay, I have a lot of thoughts on this topic, and
are any of them relevant?
That's what I'm trying to figure out right now. But to briefly talk about this, a lot of people have the perception, even in the atheist circles, that that it is a horrifying thing to live and think about the fact, assuming that it is a fact, that there is that they will simply die and they don't know what will happen afterwards, and there seems to be no meaning, and everything seems to be scary without God and all that. This is actually something that really steers people toward different religious beliefs and all that. I think there is, of course, a very good point to be made, and a very significant emotional aspect of this, that humans obviously, undeniably, have a lot of concerns about the lives that they are living, and a lot of concerns about what they do not know. So if you live your life as an atheist, for example, and you think about death, and you think, okay, am I just going to die? There is a lot going on in your mind, and you can get the suggestion, okay, you know what if I'm wrong, and what if after I die I go to this other place, or I don't even want to die, I just want to stay alive, and but I will die, like everything dies. And this whole idea of death gives people a lot of confusion, and people end up believing in one or other religious beliefs. In all honesty, for me, after I stopped believing in Islam, and after I started declaring to myself that I don't think there is a God, this was a problem for a while, for a few years. For the longest time now, for many years, this hasn't bothered me at all. Not in the slightest. And I'm not sure if this is true for most people who don't believe in God, but for the longest time now, this hasn't bothered me at all. I think, yeah, everything is going to die. Everything's going to die. So what? I'm going to die one day. I could die tomorrow. So what? But the issue is, simply acknowledging that and living that way also makes up for quite a depressing experience in life, which is also what might drive some people toward believing in God again. I don't know. I'm just going through my thoughts right now without organizing anything. So take it.
Yeah, I would say, as presented, this would be false. Belief in God is to eliminate the fear of death, or something like that. No, you could say it plays some role and so on, but I mean, normally when people believe in God, it'll have a lot to do with how they were raised and so on, as AP was pointing out. But if for people who are actually like concluding that God exists, that has a lot to do with, hey, how did the universe get here, and why are we here, and things like that, and thinking that it's basically that the alternatives to God, in other words, I got here somehow, let's suppose by just complete naturalism or something like that, seems like too much of a stretch. So it's okay, something created the universe, something made me. I just can't believe that this is all random and so on. It's usually something like that. Not, I'm scared of dying, so I'll just believe in. I'll just make up this thing that's going to save me or something. Yeah. I noticed that too. RS.
Summer said, "So you're not afraid of death?" I honestly, at this point, I don't think so. I know I knew in the past when I was actually afraid of death.
Well, then why aren't you jumping off a building then if you're not afraid of death?
At this point, I'm totally accepting of it and quite stoic about it. So, living through life is the bigger thing to be concerned about than dying in the end, in my opinion. Yes, Alhamdulillah, Alhamdulillah.
Why don't you follow Muhammad Hijab's advice to you?
Wait. Carver said, "Speak for yourself, AP. I am personally terrified." You weakling! You weakling! You're scared.
Carver, get one of my Quran shirts. You indestructible.
Alhamdulillah. That was a bar, said Rage Pro. I know it was. It's on it. If I could shape it a little bit further, it would sound kind of profound. But it sounded dumb as hell when I just said it. To be very honest, Al Adonai says, Al Adonai said, "This is the law, that you love God with all your heart and love your neighbor as yourself." James 1:27. Those who love and understand there is an objective moral reality are saved before Christ came and will bend the knee when they see him. I will argue, however, that your conclusions on morality or moral reality very much depend on what you were preached and what you have experienced. And if you are left in an environment where, for example, Christian values don't really exist very much, it is quite likely that you will end up with a completely different worldview where you don't really, as an average person, think that there is such a thing as an objective moral reality, which is why Western cultures are nice, even when they are no longer Christian, whereas others are not.
Notice here's an issue where she's saying, if you love and understand there's an objective moral reality, you're saved before Christ come and will bend the knee when they see him. So AP, if you saw Jesus coming with the clouds of heaven,
yes,
you'd bend the knee, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So you're saying, hey, I'm just not convinced, and so on. So anyway, that's part of the idea that how are you going to respond to Jesus when you see him, right? And again, I'm not saying you're good. I'm not saying you're good to go if that is the case. I'm saying
just say it, man. Just grant me that. Just give me the ticket.
Just not handed out. I have no ability to hand out those tickets.
Wow. See. Paolo Longaro said, "A lot of atheists." Oh, I already read this. David Kusama, the Dragon of Apologetics, said, "You see, AP will be reciting the Christian Shahada by the end. There is no God, but Yahweh and Jesus Christ, the second person of the Trinity, is the begotten, not born Son of God. Alhamdulillah." Yeah, this will be the new Shahada. I will convert to Christianity and make up my own Shahada. How about that? I forgot to say, inshallah, now it won't happen. No, yeah. You have to remember that, man. Michael made a super chat. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Chris Scott said, Jeremiah 29:13, "You will seek me and find me when you seek me with your whole heart. You have no want at AP." This is a very nice thing to say. However, it's also a very easy thing to say for you. And also for people who are Muslims.
Yeah, AP, who was that the Ahmadis? I'm trying to think, because someone recently, like in the last week or two, said, you just have to, it's easy, you just have to ask God to tell you whether this is the truth.
I also want to say it was the
Ahmadis
nuts,
yeah.
But I'm not sure if that's...
The reason I'm asking is because when they were saying it, I was thinking, oh, that's the same thing Mormons say. That's the same thing Mormons say. That they say that you have to pray for God to show you whether this is true or not. And if so, you're going to get certain feelings that confirm that it is in fact true. But of course, if you pray and you don't get those feelings, then it shows you're not really sincere or something like that. So it becomes kind of this unfalsifiable thing. So anyway, I just, in defense of what she just said, yes, I believe that you have to seriously be, you have to be the sort of person who's saying, hey, if God is real, I want to know that sort of thing. And so you have to be seeking in that sense. But to just say, hey, you have to really want to know this or something like that, and that's how you're going to find out it's true. Guess what? There are cults. There are cults that say that. The point is, as AP was pointing, there's got to be more than that. There's got to be more than that, because even cults would say the exact same thing.
Amadeus.
We need to talk to Sal and get that recorded.
Sean Ferris said, I'm praying for you and your wife. Praise God, she believes. I have
Mhm.
teachings from Jonathan Kahn. I would like to say to you, how can I do that? I think you would enjoy the Jewishness of his messages. Who's Jonathan Kahn? Do you know this person?
No,
Were you in prison together?
nope.
It's an
I don't
American
remember
Messianic Jewish pastor, author, and novelist known for his debut novel, The Harbinger. Huh. Interesting stuff. Interesting stuff. I appreciate it. Michael said the world is a better place without religion. AP, you are awesome. Continue doing the good work. This is a funny thing to say, because the world is full of religion. So even looking at societies that are currently known as the least religious societies, they are fundamentally very religious. You immediately think of Scandinavian countries that are listed generally as the least religious in the world, and also the most developed and happiest in the world, but they all have the cross on their flags because they were fundamentally very much built on Christian ideas and all that, which is why they are the way they are.
Yeah, you have Michael here sending a super chat from 20 years ago, when this was still hey, if we just get rid of Christianity, everything's going to get better. And then look around you, Michael. How are things going? Doesn't seem like you guys can invite Islam fast enough. As soon as you start rejecting Jesus, in your face.
And one of the happiest societies actually right now is Israel. People fume when they see that, because they're like, oh, why are they? How can they be happy?
I'll tell you how they dance all the time. No matter, they dance or they sing all the time, no matter what the situation is. They're all happy, they start dancing. They're all sad, they start singing. And that's
but it is a culture that is where, although much of the society is quite secular, it is, of course, religion is so deeply entrenched in living and thinking and the entire culture and all that. But yeah, so World Happiness Report 2023. Let's see. You see, World Happiness Report score 2023. Finland number 1 has a cross. Denmark.
Hey, give him about 8 more years of Islamic immigration. We'll see how these numbers change.
Inshallah, it will be perfect.
Finland, the country where I quite want to be.
You know what Finnish people say when they walk across each other?
Boating, camping, or swimming. What?
They say, "You're Finnish. You're Finnish. You're Finnish." So Finland number 1, then Denmark, Iceland. What a stupid joke.
Hey, this is probably like 16, 17 years ago, but me and my wife had dinner at Mike Lacona's house when he had a Bible scholar from, I forget which country, Northern Europe, but he was a Bible scholar. And he was visiting, and my wife was saying, oh, so this is right after we graduated. So she said something. She said, yeah, and I'm finished. And he goes, oh, you're finished. And she said, yeah. And we didn't find out till later that he understood that as she's Finnish and not she's finished. And so he started, but he was talking about Finland and stuff, like we didn't pick up. It was because he thought she said she was Finnish.
That's funny. That is funny. Yeah, Finland, Denmark, Iceland, Israel, Netherlands, Sweden. I see a pattern here. Switzerland, Norway, Switzerland, Luxembourg, New Zealand. Yeah. North Korea is not here because this is obviously rigged by the Western people and the Jews. Obviously, if that weren't the case, North Korea would be number 1. They're the happiest. Alhamdulillah. Shake My Wingling said, Wait, you guys actually believe round Earth? All evidence is CGI pictures, lies from crisis actors walk around, it's all flat. We can go to space. Have you? Everyone agrees. Indoctrinated by globists. Globists. Yeah, that's quite funny.
The
Not
powerful
to mention-
globist lobby has manipulated the entire world.
The globists are controlling the globe. Can we at least agree Earth isn't Joe Biden shape? I have to disagree with you on this one.
Yeah, how would you know?
Fatwa said agnostics and Christians unite. Inshallah, alhamdulillah. Grays, if societies and not fringe conspiracy theorists originally came to different conclusions about the shape of the Earth, that would be evidence against claims of direct access to knowledge of the shape. If societies and fringe conspiracy theorists organically, that's what I missed, organically came to different conclusions about the shape of the Earth, that would be evidence against claims of direct access. Yeah, but they didn't. That's the problem. Alhamdulillah. In your face, David. Eunuch Petsu said, AP, can anyone drink iced coffee while sick in cold? No, it's illegal. Slavic Striz, evidence video experience God's heal. Dwayne Miller. Pastor Dwayne Miller was miraculously healed while preaching about healing. The miraculous healing of Pastor is being shared everywhere. Dwayne Miller, pastor at First Baptist Church in Houston, had contracted a flu virus.
No, it's not saying he got better from the flu. I think this was a guy, Lee Strobel.
It resulted to a permanent injury to his vocal cords. He had to give up serving in the ministry because he lost his voice. With the help of technology, he was able to teach again, but in short session, and had to shout into the microphone.
Yeah, his voice was messed up, and he's talking about healing, and all of a sudden his voice comes back.
Let me say to you that I believe God still heals. It hasn't ended. That is not over. That's a funny thing here. There's just a question that I have.
Maybe powerful aliens did it.
If a condition of somebody changes in this way, you could look at that and think, "Whoa, miracle," or you could think,
aliens.
Maybe, quite maybe, it is possible for the process of healing from such a condition to continue and to succeed naturally. Of course, I would have to look into whether that is true or not. If I find out that that is not true, that it is totally an impossibility or an anomaly, then I would think, oh, right, okay, there's something weird at play here, which is why I would have to sit down and look into this and not simply conclude that this is a miracle. If I do look into this and conclude that there is something weird going on here, then I would have to further think about that, further meditate on that, which is why I will put this on my watch later list, not right now. But as said, if a miracle takes place in public and people can obviously observe the miracle, and this is meant to serve as a tool for conversion, for example, then why would it have to be such an obscure thing? If a miracle is not something that is not part of, say, God's plan, and that can be all out there and that can be observed and obviously witnessed and acknowledged, why can it not be something more obvious that everyone can look at and attest to as real? For example, somebody who is missing a leg is outside and prays on live TV, and then a leg comes down from the sky and attaches itself to the guy's leg. Or somebody with a missing arm sits outside on a live stream and prays, and the arm starts growing back. Can we all agree that if that happened, most of us would think, whoa, what in the world is going on? How is this possible?
And yeah, we could agree. If that were God's only goal, mere intellectual assent to his existence, that would be a great way to go about it.
But that's the problem.
Unfortunately, no Christian has ever maintained that is what God is after.
I know, but then that's the point. Then why are we using miracles as example?
Well, no. If you're, what are you talking about? Like what? Like what's the point of miracles? Like what's
Yeah,
the point of there being? What's the point of any evidence for God's existence? What the heck? What the heck are you talking about?
If miracles are a thing that can be used, that appear, and that can be looked at, that can be presented to people, and they can be used as evidence to convince people that this religion is true or God is true, then why is it so absurd to expect a quite obvious miracle that would leave
So
everyone
you're saying
dumbfounded?
if there's any evidence, there should be conclusive proof, or if there's not conclusive proof, there can be no evidence.
No, I'm saying if there is,
If a miracle were some sort of evidence for God's existence, then why not give even more? So if there's
why not make it obvious?
But guess what? I mean, if you're going to say, hey, if he's going to give the leg descending from the sky, and that happens, well, why not make 1,000 legs descend from the sky? Why not 1,000,000? Why not 1,000,000,000? Why not give those kinds of things?
That's a cop-out, because what that sounds like is, well, even if we did that, you wouldn't accept it anyway. So what's the point? No,
That's not the point.
No, because
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying, oh, here's a miracle over here, but why not a more glaringly obvious miracle?
But the thing is, the miracles we are being given are not glaringly obvious miracles.
No, I said if there were a miracle, why not a more glaringly obvious miracle?
I know, but
That's the claim, right?
Okay, yeah. Why not a clearly obvious miracle? Yeah.
Do you want my answer to that?
Yes.
See, now you're on the topic of what's called divine hiddenness.
I know that's where we are, but and here's the issue.
I believe that what atheists say God should do, if you did that, there are extremely negative consequences of that.
Like what?
Like, okay, we'll talk about Kant again, Immanuel Kant.
No, just don't get theoretical. Just give clear examples.
It's not theoretical. This is I disagree with Kant about a ton of stuff, but here he was right. Kant actually believed that he had a conclusive knockdown proof of God's existence. Then all of a sudden he does his critical turn and he starts saying you can't have a conclusive proof of God's existence. And there's a question of like why he did that shift. I actually had a theory. I wrote a paper about it once, that you actually find something else that he wrote that may give you a clue on why he changed from here's a conclusive proof to nope, there can't be a conclusive proof. He actually argues that if you had a conclusive proof of God's existence, it would completely destroy morality, because now anything you did would be because there is a cosmic police officer watching you. In other words, just as an example, if I were walking down the street and I find a purse filled with money and jewelry, I have an opportunity at that point to be genuinely moral. I could return it, do the right thing. I could keep this because I need the money, and I could keep that sort of thing. So I have an actual situation where I can be good or bad. If I'm walking down that exact same street and I find this purse, I grab the purse and I look over and there's a police officer 5 feet away from me looking at me. Well, I'm going to do the right thing, but I'm not doing I don't even have the opportunity to do the right thing for the right reason. I'm doing the right thing. I'm handing it over because there's a police officer staring at me. Kant's view was if you had conclusive, indisputable proof of God's existence, that there is no longer any situation where you can be genuinely moral. There's a cosmic police. He actually, this is very serious. It's way more severe than having a police officer watching you. You could actually bolt from the police officer, something like that. If you knew you had an all-powerful being watching you at all times, you'd never be in a situation where you can actually say, I'm doing the right thing because it's my moral duty. It would always be this thing will zap me. This thing's going to zap me if I do the wrong thing, or he's going to judge me. So he actually believed that you needed to have a kind of moral freedom, that there has to be some sort of epistemic distance between you and God, you've actually destroyed the very possibility of being genuinely moral. So if you think genuine morality is completely irrelevant, then by all means maintain your objection.
But then what's the problem with that?
What's the problem with ruling out morality? Because I mean,
I wouldn't. I mean, it's kind of a stretch to argue that it would completely eliminate it, because I'm pretty sure that a lot of people with the human nature that they have, even if they arrived at conclusive proof, evidence that there is a God and there is just no denying it, people would still do messed up things, even in the face of that knowledge.
Just
but if they didn't,
think about what someone would do in the privacy of his room versus
Okay,
if
I know.
someone walked in and is staring at him the entire time.
I know what you're saying. I would say that it is still totally possible, or totally possibly expected, looking at human nature and human behavior, to even under those circumstances develop behaviors that are not expected or not acceptable. However, let's say you're correct, or let's say the argument is correct, and people can conclusively arrive at the or can conclude with proof that there is a God and that he's watching over everybody, and this will indeed significantly decrease the chances of humans making judgments and choosing to do the right thing. What's the problem?
What's the problem with no morality anymore? What if
No,
what if
what's the problem with what I just said?
what if being moral is like one of the greatest goods that we can have? You're saying have this other good, which let's grant that is a greater good, like knowing God. Let's suppose in a hierarchy of goods, knowing God, having a relationship with God would be at the top. That is the greatest thing. I think second after that would be being a genuinely good moral person. So you're saying, hey, have that, the greatest good, but let's throw out the other one. Let's throw out the other one so that you just have that one. What's the harm in throwing out the other one? Well, imagine a world where you can have both. You can have a relationship with God and you can be genuinely moral. You can have both. Why is that an inferior world? Why is a world where you have multiple different kinds of very good states of affairs? Why is that worse than where you only had one good?
I still don't have an answer to the question. Why exactly is it bad for if there is an environment where humans feel that they are constantly observed, which is why they will not.
Why is it bad?
Not,
why is it bad to eliminate one of the two greatest goods?
That's not what I said. Why would it be absolutely bad to create such an environment where people mostly now begin doing good because they think, okay, it's quite clear that God is up there and he's observing me. There's no denying it. So he sees everything that I'm doing, so I better do the right thing. What if doing the right thing is the point, or believing in him is the point? Why would that be necessarily a bad thing? I know what you're saying. It would decrease the nobility in doing the right thing, but why exactly is that actually a bad thing?
So if I were to say, hey, here's a situation. This guy found a purse filled with money and he looked at it and said, wow, I really need the money, but that's wrong. I'm going to do the right thing. And he went and returned it. Versus a guy picked up a purse and there's a police officer standing there and he says, oh, darn, there's a police officer watching me. I can't do, I would love to take this, but I would love to have that opportunity to do the right thing. But anyway, here you go, officer. You say, well, why is it better for the person to actually do the right thing for the right reason rather than have the person do the right thing for just because he's in a state of fear? And so the guy literally does not have the opportunity to do the right thing for the right reason.
Yes.
Okay. Well, it's not something we can argue about. Either you think it's better to do the right thing for the right reason, or you just think it's all the same. As long as you're performing the right actions, then that's all that matters. If that's the case, then what you should be looking for is massive external constraints on people to make them do what you want them to do, and not to actually develop morally and be better people. That's what that is your position. It is better to be controlled from without and made to do what you ought to do than to actually decide what to do and do the right thing.
Isn't the ultimate destination and eternal salvation or eternal state of humans more important than whatever you want to call it, the nobility or lack thereof of making
you're asking about what's more important? Well, something can be more important while another thing is also very, very important. I'm saying we have a world where you've got both, and you're saying no, get rid of one, just have the one.
I would say, to be very honest, as it seems to me, if we were to choose between being eternally saved or eternally tormented in one way or another, in comparison to that, any morality, anything you do on this planet while you are alive is completely irrelevant in comparison. I mean, one is obviously of greater importance than the other. Why do we care about the nobility of doing good versus doing evil when when eternity is at stake?
Do you hear this, ladies and gentlemen?
Yes.
Who cares about right and wrong? That's the same thing you were doing earlier. If those people were there and they didn't have the supreme meaning, then it was just completely pointless, wasn't it?
Yes.
And morality is just completely pointless.
Yes.
Okay. Agree to disagree. Agree to disagree. Yeah. So, guys. So, and by the way, I find
In comparison, not alone.
I actually find this interesting. This idea that God would create a world where we can know that God exists, but He doesn't give that. He doesn't give this massive overwhelming. He allows you to deny. He gives you the freedom to deny the evidence. He gives you enough evidence to where you conclude that He exists, but He also gives you enough. He doesn't give you so much evidence that you can't deny it. But I mean, think about this. You can see this kind of goes all the way back. Like in the Garden of Eden, God walks among them and stuff, but it's in such a way that they actually think they can hide from it. In other words, the way he presents Himself to them is such a way that they think if they do something wrong, they can run and hide or run and cover it up. And so on. Even with because the obvious objection would be, what about Satan? Satan obviously knows who he's dealing with and thinks he can rebel and so on. But I mean, think about this. If the passage is about Satan, he actually thought he could succeed against God, which means that however God's presenting Himself to him, Satan thinks that he can actually succeed in a rebellion. So you kind of see that forever. You see that forever, that God is giving people the ability to think we can get away with this and so on. And so, but I mean, I look at it and I say, okay, according to Christianity, it's basically a two-stage world. You have a stage. Here's the thing. I don't believe you can have, as I said, I don't believe you can have genuine moral freedom in the presence of God. I believe the presence of God would be so overwhelming that you would only do what God says. And you acknowledge that would be knowing God would be the greater good, right? But think about this: the way our world is set up here, right in our world right now, you have a world that's temporal and finite, but you have the possibility of one, knowing God and being genuinely moral. And so you have that. Whereas for the greatest good of actually like knowing God, like let's say face to face or something, that kind of face to face knowledge, but that's the eternal one. So you're saying, hey, wait a minute, that would be better. But that's exactly what Christianity says. It says, hey, here's something where we have both. But the supreme good, that's the one that lasts forever. Doesn't mean that what you're doing here is completely pointless, or you should just skip to the end. Why not have both? Why not have both as Christianity teaches? But of course, in atheism, you have neither.
The good point there is that the whole story of Satan is actually proof that that even with the knowledge of God and His direct observance of things, you could still be completely wicked and do the completely wrong and unexpected thing for forever, apparently for eternity.
That's not what I said. I said we don't know in what sense God is. And matter of fact, that the times you see God interacting with angels, He appears and starts having a discussion with them and so on. So what I'm saying is given how God presents Himself to Adam and Eve, we don't know we don't know what Satan knows about God. He obviously knows something. He obviously knows a lot. But I'm saying it kind of seems like however God presents Himself to Satan, it's in such a way that Satan thinks he can actually launch a successful rebellion. In other words, we don't know that he knows God in like all his eternal glory and so on. Again, I'm not saying this is correct. I'm saying based on the other things where God gives people a kind of freedom to rebel if they want. If you were in the actual presence of God, I don't think, and you knew about God and you knew who you were dealing with, I do not think you would rebel, even if you.
Here's the thing, David. My big problem with this is just, and after this we can conclude this topic because I'm obviously right here. But
one of us is right, and the other is you.
Okay. My problem.
Hey, that was a funny statement. I just one of us is right and the other is you.
Yes, yeah,
I like that. I'm going to start using it.
My problem with this, from beginning to end, is that it seems like that you're comfortably romanticizing the idea of morality and doing the right thing and doing the wrong thing, while granting that with this system, this causes something much worse for lots of people, if not for most people,
Who?
which would be the eternal torment or suffering or whatever it is
No, I believe
of
I
those
believe they're separate issues.
of those who are not saved or who are not part of this, because the mere fact that that this environment exists, where the existence of God and whether these religions are true or not is not totally conclusive, means that significantly more people will end up not believing and will end up doing wrong things and going to the bad place and possibly experiencing eternal torment or all that. So I get that the whole idea of choosing to do the right thing is a very romantic idea, but at what cost? That's the problem.
Yeah, so it's better if instead of God actually treating us like the image of God and as responsible agents and learning to develop morally and so on, you should just here I am, guys, do what I say or else, and then here's eternity.
I know the argument here is free will. It's their choice. That's what you say. That's easy for you to say because you have your beliefs. It's it's not quite the same thing for those who fail to believe or fail to do the right thing as you see it. This is very easy for you to say, not for them. That's my problem with it.
That's my problem. That's why I believe God should destroy morality.
Yes. Pan said, I'm an hour late to the stream. Looking forward to the discussion. Just want to say we love your AP. It's always seemed like you were familiar and kindred somehow. Apostate Pope for president. Alhamdulillah, inshallah. First, I have to become Pope, then president. Next, there is always a.
Would it be funny if you had an American Pope who then ran for president?
Yeah,
I'm
cool.
guessing there are some kind of rules against it, but that would be kind of funny. It would be based.
He says, I have doubts.
What doubts?
I have doubts.
I don't have the other one. What doubts?
You don't have the what doubts, man? What's wrong with you?
I don't know why I didn't include that. I should play that whenever somebody says something about doubts. I have doubts about the veracity of religious texts due to the logic reasons AP says, along with stories getting exaggerated and mistold over time. We don't know if most of the key events even happened. First off, well, how could you suggest that something I am saying here is actually logical?
That's the most obvious thing. The second thing is we're talking about AP's reasons for rejecting the existence of God, and you could have a million exaggerated stories, and that wouldn't mean God didn't exist.
That's ridiculous here. So shame on you.
Shame on you.
I'm going to give you
and
a
all
refund.
atheists.
But thank you. Hey, Isa, what's up? I just love watching you.
Hey,
both.
Isa.
Amazing. Hey, what's up, Isa? See, this is Isa. This is the proof. Not as AP, look into your heart. Shut up.
Past Mein Kampf.
Look into your heart past Mein Kampf, past Adolf, past Ataturk, past golden showers, past urinating upon one another, and finally look past the incest in your heart and open your leather straps. This is what you're asking is very difficult. It's very difficult. Not sure how I can get past all those things.
You can't look past the urinating upon one another.
Never. I think about it 24/7.
That's what they do.
Mike Winger says Mike Winger can make AP believe in God.
Yeah, you could say you could say if someone is really this bad, then how do we judge that he is this bad? There has to be a standard of good and bad. And the ultimate standard would be God. And that is the only way to know how horrible and reprehensible Mike Winger is.
So what you're saying is that there is actually a lot of value to Mike Winger.
In that sense, yes.
You see, David would admit Mike Winger is good. Tim Peterson, Mike Winger is AP's argument against a loving God.
Well, what kind of good God would make a Mike Winger?
Sancho Pants said, getting my daughter to bed after Shabbat and going to miss most of this, if not all, but just wanted to chime in that AP is too smart to be an atheist and can't wait to watch this discussion. God bless. Thank you. Appreciate it, Sancho.
Hey, that could be the title of your book after your conversion. Too smart to be an atheist. What?
Yeah. After my conversion to Judaism, I will write that book. Infidel Noodles. Hey, what's up, Infidel Noodles? Always nice to see you here. I think she wakes up in the morning and says hi to us and then goes about her day. That's always nice to see. because she's on that place that looks like Mars, where all the criminals live.
Wait, you're saying she's
Australia.
not? You're saying she's not? Oh, Australia.
Yeah,
You said Australia. Oh, okay, that makes more sense because I was thinking UK, and I was like, well, it'd probably be staying up late rather than getting up at
No, Australia,
4 in the morning. That makes
Australia.
more sense.
Manny Burgos says, I'm new to Christianity and apologetics and was asked this today, but wasn't sure how to answer. Does the Holy Spirit run in the Jesus or the Father?
I don't know what that means. Does the Holy Spirit run in the Jesus or the Father? Yeah, I don't know what that means.
Tony De Nicola said, be joint lane. What is your reason for rejecting Christianity?
He's already been saying it.
Different topic. If we want to go to the specificity of Christianity, I have been thinking of making a video on that for the longest time, but I don't think I will actually do that.
No, you actually said, because I was in the UK and you sent me a message and you said, hey, we should have 2 shows, one where we go through my video, and then you said 2 where you present your case for Christianity. I think you said that.
Yeah, I did. I think I did. So you're right. I remember. Possibly, yeah, we could possibly do that. But then I'm scared of being humiliated and proven wrong.
You need to get used to it.
That's why I'm running.
My view is if you're an atheist or an agnostic, you should just get used to being humiliated.
That's beautiful. It's powerful stuff. Avebury 21 said, biased but invincible ignorance is part of Catholic doctrine, not prots. Sentinel Islanders aren't spawned for hell. Also EO Universalists. I understand that, but we would have to go into the lengthy discussion on. I think I even addressed this in my video, which we stopped at some point, where I don't think that this is a sufficient response to the problem at hand. I do not think so, because we're still talking about people who find out about Christianity, know all about it, but can't actually be convinced in the end that this is true, and then die. And what you're telling me would be that that person also actually in the end would be judged because they were not convinced, whether you want to call it ignorance or stupidity, I don't know. But so that would be beyond this issue that you're raising, and this wouldn't solve that problem.
What are you exactly? I mean, he brings up Eastern Orthodox Universalists.
I don't know.
No, I'm saying they're Eastern. I don't know. I don't think this is the official position or something like that, but there's something in there that leads the Orthodox group to be way more favorable towards universalism. You have more universalists in the Orthodox Church than you do, let's say, among Protestants and so on. So if he's saying, what are you talking about? We've got universalists. Everyone's eventually going to be there.
Alhamdulillah.
So what would your objection to that be?
I can talk about that lengthily.
Yeah.
Leslie Bourne said, even if we Jews accepted the NT...
Hey, side note, the objection would be, it doesn't sound like that's what the Bible's saying, and then to figure out exactly how you would reconcile that with the Bible.
One of my first points to that as an objection would be, what then is the point of living
this life? Nothing. There's never any point unless you sound like a theist.
No.
You sound like a theist talking to an atheist, going, "Without God, everything is pointless and meaningless, and we should all just die."
That's not what I mean. What I mean is, then what is the point of believing, proselytizing, converting, and so on, if that is what it comes down to?
I'm guessing we'd have to ask them. We'd have to ask someone who is Orthodox and a Universalist that question. I have no idea what they would respond, but I would guess it's like, oh, okay, well, if I could have a relationship with this person 20 years from now or now, what's better? In other words, if you could have a relationship with God now, why would you want to wait to some other point?
Even if we Jews accepted the New Testament as historical, accurate, and reliable, we still find that theology falls based on the Torah and Hebrew Bible. Yep.
No,
that's what you would say. That is true.
No,
this is totally
at the time of Jesus. These would not have saying that in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God, and there's the Holy Spirit, and so on. That would not have been terribly controversial. It became controversial later on when Orthodox Jews wanted to distance themselves. About 2 centuries after the start of Christianity, Orthodox Jews wanted to distance themselves from Christianity, became a more solidly Unitarian doctrine that could be used to say, no, these guys are Trinitarians. That doesn't make any sense. The point is, you go back earlier, Jews would be much more comfortable with what Christians were saying.
But even in that time, so among the Jewish currents of the time, the priests, the Pharisaic Jewish authorities, the mere suggestion that that Jesus is actually the Son of God and divine Himself and equal to God was something that was considered totally unacceptable to them, which is why they wanted to kill him.
No, it's this guy can't be the Messiah because he's not what we're expecting from the Messiah. If you said, I mean, Anthony has videos on this, on how on their Targums and so on. There were rabbis who believe that you have God and then you have the Word, which is actually a person, and you have the Spirit. They're drawing distinctions. There's a book called The Two Powers in Heaven. But you have passages like the passage in Genesis where God is speaking and God calls down fire from Yahweh is there, but Yahweh calls on Yahweh to send down fire. And so you've got Yahweh here, you've got Yahweh there, Yahweh calling on Yahweh. And so you had things like that, and they're aware of it. So their objection is not, hey, this would be confusing theologically. They believe that God can appear. That's Old Testament. God can actually appear to Abraham. God can appear and walk in the garden and so on. It's just Jesus is completely wrong from their perspective. You are not what you say you are.
Alhamdulillah. Further discussion I would like to go into. Notice that Dr. Dis had a wife, kids, and was in his 40s already. I think when he was talking to 70, so no one thinks it's normal, but
okay, that makes more sense. AP sitting here defending this guy and doesn't even know the actual background.
Yeah, I had no idea when I talked about the 17 that he's 42 years old and all that. So.
And they had a wife and kids.
Yeah, I had no idea about any of that.
That's a different story. So AP has defended a lot of things right there.
Ben said, "Have you guys
creepy old guy.
reacted to any Sci 10 videos?" I made a video with him.
Which Sci 10?
Or are you talking about the other site and Sci 10?
Yeah, there's Sci 10. There's Sci 10, the Christian apologist, and there's Sci 10, the atheist who's mocking Sci 10.
Sci 10 Brugen something. What's his name? Who's that? What kind of name is Brugen? What is this?
Brugen Kata or something.
Brugen,
like that.
yeah, Brugen. Okay, yeah, Brugen Kata. I don't know anything about that guy.
Yeah, he was popular for his sort of popular presentation of presuppositional apologetics.
For 2
seconds. Matter of fact, we were at the same conference once. Me and Sam were teaching the Islam track, and then Sai was teaching something else. And we were hanging out afterwards and stuff. And we started asking Sai to give his case and stuff. And he's like, "So what is logic? And what is it?" Because it's like logic and ethics, and they all have to be grounded in something. And so everything, even our thoughts and so on, have to be ultimately grounded. And as soon as he started making his argument, Sam goes, "Yeah, and that's a law." Right? He starts making his case for why human experience, just our experience, our mental experience, and so on, requires God. And instantly, as soon as he made his case, Sam goes, "Yep, and that's why it's Allah. Allahu Akbar." And so the question was, hey, it's what do you do? What do you do with Islam? And then he went to Islamic dilemma. And the point was, hey, the presuppositional approach isn't, they seem to think they have like a magic bullet that fits all scenarios, and it doesn't. You do need other kinds of things. But I don't know. It's interesting stuff. I would consider myself like semi-presup. I agree with a lot of what the presup guys say, but I haven't subscribed to the full presuppositional approach.
Then just click subscribe and turn on notifications. Ben, have you guys Paul Thiever, AP is Allah's chosen Zionist. This is true. This is very, very true. I'm even wearing the thing now. This is because Allah decreed it. See, this is the star. Fixer said, David, Jesus tells you who will go to hell in 2 Thessalonians 1:8-9. If you know Jesus and deny his gospel, you won't go to heaven.
And notice what you just said there. If you know Jesus and deny his gospel, you won't go to heaven. AP,
What do you
know
mean
Jesus?
by what do you mean by no?
What do you mean by no? Yeah, that would be the question.
That's the
Guys,
response.
keep in mind, I'm not defending the idea that you can have a posthumous encounter with God and that you'd be judged on that. I'm saying I'm not aware of anything that rules it out. So
Do you agree with
until I
the
saw something-
Gnostics when they talk about knowing Jesus, for example? Huh? Do you agree with them or not?
No, do you
If-
agree?
The Gnostics. Benchman says no one's born a Christian. It's a religion that must be chosen. You might identify as a Christian or cultural Christian based on your parents' faith, but it carries about the same weight as IDing as another nationality. I see what you're saying, Benchman, but
Yeah.
this doesn't.
I can answer for you because I know exactly what you're going to say. You're going to say yes, but you'd be much more likely to accept Christianity if you're raised in a Christian environment than
Yes.
you know,
Yes.
it's someone who's raised in
Yes.
the middle of Afghanistan is not going to have the same opportunity to make that decision nearly
Then
as
you're gonna be
easily,
terrorist, yeah.
as easily as someone else.
Yes. Stefan the Pelter said David wouldn't AP bickering like children like Trump and Biden. Yeah. I
Whatever
still
you want to
think
say, it's not like Trump and Biden. This is not like Trump and Biden.
You know what the funny thing is, though? We talked about Biden's performance yesterday. I'm not sure if you've seen him from the day after the debate speaking to the crowd.
Yeah, I appeared he was all hot, he was all fired up, and then people were saying,
Yeah.
"What did the drugs kick in a day late or something like that?" Like apparently he was like spitting hot fire.
Yeah, he was actually sounding like the old Joe, by old Joe Biden, I mean Joe Biden before he got old.
Yeah. So how did that happen? Like how?
I don't know. It's very, very strange. In fact, I just even want to play. It's like he had a late reaction to the medication or something. Very strange.
I was playing yesterday. Now you get the real Biden.
Yeah. Anyway, can't find it now. He was like, I know what to do. If I didn't believe it, I wouldn't do it.
If you if my only response to the Democrats who are saying that I need to step aside is that you need to step aside or the streets will flow with your blood. Like that, right?
Why wasn't he like that during the debate? Why was he like? Why was he a sleeping dead person during the debate, and then one day later he's suddenly all energy? What?
That is a total mystery, because if you want to think, okay, if he's not taking drugs or anything, if he's not taking drugs and that's him, it's like, why weren't you like that the day before? How did you? I mean, what happened? Or if you want to think, oh no, they gave him a bunch of drugs to make him really amped up the next day. Why didn't you do that for the debate? That's the point. It doesn't make sense at all from any perspective.
Yeah, it's very, very crazy. It's very crazy. Anyway, people are so messed up. I was just looking at Twitter.
What the heck, man?
Because Jordan Peterson quote tweeted this and said the scum are truly rising to the surface.
They got a yarmulke on him. He's totally correct. That things are rising to the surface. Like, oh, where'd all these anti-Semites come from? It's like, yeah, they were there. They were just looking for an opportunity.
Huh. I don't know. Of course, this is a Suleiman something. Of course. It's a Suleiman something who is most likely a... I don't want to say anything. Anyway, I don't care. Yep. Not now.
Suleiman, the lawyer?
No, Suleiman something. Just the name Suleiman. Probably an Islamist mixing with Nazi stuff. Q Lavender said ants tasty like pepper. Crickets are like wheat snacks. IG. Their legs easily get in teeth. Chocolate covered taste like Nestle Crunch. Huh. That's interesting. I wouldn't want to eat crickets though. They look disgusting. They make me sick just by their appearance. I would totally eat all the locusts out there. Definitely. I'm gonna go buy some from the store later. Maybe you can find them at your nearest restaurant. Andrew Stubblefield said, "Hey, David and AP, I love your work. I'm praying for you, both of you, especially the silly agnostic one." He's talking about you. I missed the stream yesterday, but I just wanted to say, make Allah greatest again, of deceivers again. Yeah, or make Allah disappear again. Style and Rail working said, if you don't come to Christ, how will you two run in this podcast in the afterlife? Think about the fans, AP. This is a good point, but what would we be talking about anyway then? Because then we wouldn't be complaining about Islam anymore. That's the problem.
AP said that there will be no Islam in the afterlife.
Yeah, we will go to heaven and talk about how Islam is a threat to the world. Weighty Fish, hey, gifted a membership. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Eli, nice to see you here. First time he's actually saying something. Don't know what's more delusional, the belief that we came from nothing and for no reason at all, or the belief that Jesus' death and crucifixion with the torture and horrific death of all his apostles was also for no reason at all. Love you both. Good point. Good point. Good point.
Definitely delusional, both of them.
Good point. I would never argue that we came from nothing, though. That's the problem.
Yes, we didn't come from nothing. We came from random...
Came from goop.
Molecules.
Came from goop. Did you ever see... Did you ever see Jay Dyer's parody video of mega churches?
No. It sounds funny, though.
He likes to do little comedy sketches, playing characters. And there's this video.
I had no clue. That's funny.
There's this old video of him where he is pretending to be a pastor of a mega church.
What are you waiting on? Play some of it, man.
It's insane. And his name is Randy Balls. Wait a minute. I have to find that now.
Search for Jay Dyer Mega Church.
I'm laughing just thinking about it. Where is that? Mega Church, Randy Balls. Can somebody send me the video? Can somebody send me the video? That's insane. It's just totally insane. It's a totally insane video. I think it's a little bit. Wait a minute. Let's see. Is this it? Is this it? Biggest, wildest mega church, insane. I think this is it, isn't it? In it?
Yeah, Pastor Randy Balls. It says it on there.
Yeah, okay.
Wait, is this guy funny? I had no idea.
He has a very interesting sense of humor. I think this video is mega loud.
It's short. It's only 4 minutes.
Do you attend Boring Baptist Church? Are you not getting spiritually fed where you are? Then come on down to Circus of Power Mega Church. Mega Church.
Oh, there's a lot of music here. I hope this is not a problem.
Pastor Randy Balls, Circus of Power Mega Church.
Hey, y'all, this is Pastor Randy Balls. It's my honor to invite y'all to church. Don't y'all get it? Don't y'all get it? Church. It's called church. There's a DJ.
DJ Dong. What's wrong with this guy, man?
He has an interesting over-the-top humor.
Hey, y'all, this is Pastor Randy. Out here at Arcade Church. This is my church. I'm Pastor Randy Balls.
This is a very good parody of those low-quality videos, though. So,
Yeah.
I must say.
Woo! Check out that building. It's our arcade. Don't worry about what you're wearing, because I do every song that's
He pointed to his flip-flop.
Oh, we got church. And so
You see videos of people recording videos when it's windy outside and it sounds like crap.
Yeah, that was an example.
Anyway, Don't want to watch the whole thing, but I think it's on YouTube as well. The Mega Church by Randy Bowles. It's funny, but I just thought about this because of one part where he's like,
Michael Jackson's Never Neverland. Don't be like typical service. Why just hang you to charge you to the pool? We've got a water slide that takes you directly from the sanctuary to the filth pool out back. I'm not even done. We also have a puppet ministry that raps. Like some cool beats, I know I do. On top of that, we got a flying Howie Mandel, as well as a bunch of goop. Look at all that goop, man. Ain't it crazy?
Got a robot.
He's funny. Good sense of humor. Jack Ray says, at points, this stream has sounded like an old married couple arguing. No, you sounded like that, Jack Ray.
Yeah, you sound like that, Jack.
Yeah. Daryl said God is a snot, wasn't interested in mankind until Empire showed up. This is a very, very powerful argument, which makes me think maybe I should be an atheist after all. TLX 270 said, I don't like when my parents argue. Please be friends again. No,
Too late.
Shauna Thornton said, I'm a filthy heathen, but the popcorn at this joint is delicious. This is a good point as well. This is a very, very good point. Eli says, AP, wake the funk up. If you could turn this into a song, that could be a good song. Wake the funk up. Pamela C. AP, but thank you so much. Pamela AP, seek him while he may be found, eternity at stake. Today is of salvation. Once conceived, we're immortal. Choose life, AP. I like the phrase choose life from the Bible. That's all I can say about it. I can't believe AP said atheist lives are meaningless. LOL. That's not what I said. Ayatollah Khamenei said,
Oh,
AP,
you said it.
that
We have the video proof.
for that which we don't. What if God revealed himself to primitive men in less complex ways? Of course, you could always argue that. What if anything? What if you could say what if about anything out there? It's a question. Ayatollah Khamenei, don't forget, God reveals himself through nature, bush, clouds in the Old Testament. So how do we know he didn't do that before Abrahamic faith? This, is again a what if question. But don't you have a country to run? Ayatollah Khamenei. The mad philosopher said, hey, AP, is there any benefits to the practice of drinking camel urine? Does Islam get this right or wrong?
Yeah, if you drink camel urine, your stomach problems go away.
Well, there are also benefits to eating poop. However, there are probably more downsides to it.
AP just said there are benefits to eating poop. You heard it here, folks. Someone clip that. Send it to the Dawa guys.
The correct answer would be that it doesn't matter if there is actual benefit to drinking camel urine. There is harm to it. You have an advisory for that from many years ago. Many of them, actually. The Muslim arguments, some of the scientific miracles people have argued over the years that camel urine contains certain elements that
hey, dude. Hey, I've got the emails from Nabil where he was arguing that.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah, because he came over to Mike Lacona's house and gave his full presentation on scientific miracles in the Quran and the Hadith and so on. And so I start looking up these passages, but then I start bringing up all these other things like, because I mean, keep in mind, Nabil's in medical school at this time. Nabil's in medical school. I'm like, hey, you're a doctor, right? Is this how you're going to treat your patients? Dunk your flies and stuff? Is that what you're going to do? Yeah. But it was on the issue of camel urine. Yeah, he sent this article about some hormone that's found in camel urine being used to treat something. He's like, you see, this is the proof. And
but it's a stupid argument if you think just a few steps further ahead, which is that I mean there are elements in camel urine which may have healing qualities, but in medicine what is done is not that that doctors give you a cup of camel urine and say, "Hey, drink this."
Yeah, you have to extract stuff and do it lots of times, and it's for specific things. It's not for stomach. It's not because you have a stomach problem.
Yeah,
It's
You
for hormones. If people have a hormone problem, you can extract these hormones from camel urine and
yeah.
stuff like that. Doesn't mean you get stomach problems and drink a cup of camel urine.
There are also healing qualities in human urine. Does that really mean that you can just go around drinking people's urine?
That's what they do.
That's pretty stupid. Yeah.
Urinating
upon one another. That's what they do.
JS says Job was not technically Jewish or Christian. It was the most righteous man that ever lived. Jews were considered atheists by Romans for not worshipping pagan idols. They had a very different definition of what they describe as religion. They also didn't accept Christianity as a religion for the longest time, didn't they?
until Christianity took over.
Yes.
Like alphas.
Alhamdulillah. Shauna Thornton said being Christian doesn't eliminate the fear of death. The Celts believed in reincarnation and it made them brave, but we know it didn't eliminate fear. Some of them still ran away. This is true.
Weaklings.
Buddhism has an interesting solution to that problem as well, and seemingly results in a lot of tranquility. However, it doesn't resolve it eventually. Mossad leather strap. You can also see the leather straps here on the profile picture. Says, I have been reading the cosmological argument that the science behind the Big Bang Theory being an effect and needing a cause. Powerful concept. Yeah.
Indeed.
Powerful, maybe 50 years ago. Ayatollah Khamenei said, early man may not have had enough free time away from predation and illness to develop theology to understand God. Don't forget God revealed himself while also allowing for free will. Yep. Mossad's leather strap said the Leibnizian cosmological argument is very interesting as well, adding a why to Aquinas' argument. Yep, this was very powerful 1,000 years ago. Nada said, Muhammad, don't beat me. I've been feeling such awful pain. I keep begging you, but you never stop. Is Allah only in your head? I don't know what to think. Yep.
Hey, did you say Noah
didn't see.
Argamani posted a video finally?
What? Really? Where? What
Yeah,
did
it's
you
only
post?
2 minutes if you want to watch it.
What did you? Where? Who? What's whom?
It's on Twitter. Just type up NOA and it should pop up.
I searched N.
So she spent 246 days as a hostage in Ceylon.
Oh, I briefly saw this earlier when I was scrolling through Twitter and didn't recognize that it's her. So I didn't watch it, didn't pay attention to it.
Yeah, I haven't seen it yet because I'm live with you, but it's 2 minutes. Yeah, play it. Then I'll have seen it.
All right, let's play this. Let's
do this.
Let's do this.
אני נועה ארגמני, נחטפתי לעזה ב7 באוקטובר. הוחזקתי על ידי החמאס במשך 8 חודשים, וחולצתי על ידי כוחות הביטחון ב8 ליוני. בתור ילדה יחידה להורים שלי, ובתור ילדה לאמא, אשר חולה במחלה סופנית, הדבר שהכי העסיק אותי בשבי זה הדאגה להורים שלי. זאת זכות גדולה להיות פה, אחרי 246 יום בשבי החמאס. זכות גדולה להיות לצד אמא שלי, אחרי 8 חודשים של אי-ודאות, זאת זכות גדולה לראות את ההורים שלי מוקפים בכל כך הרבה אנשים טובים. אני רוצה להודות לכוחות הביטחון ולצבא שלנו, חיילים, אנשי המילואים, הכוחות המאוחדים, ולכל מי שלקח חלק במבצע החילוץ וסיכן את חייו על מנת שאוכל לחזור הביתה. אני משתתפת בצער משפחתו של ארנון זמורה.
Does the video have an echo itself? Why is there this echo?
נפל בעת מבצע החילוץ שלי ושל 3 חטופים נוספים. לבי עם משפחתו. ארנון הוא גיבור ישראל ובזכותו אנחנו כאן. תודה ענקית למשפחה ולחברים ולכל מי שהשמיע את הקול שלנו בזמן שלא יכולנו לדבר. תודה לכל האנשים הנפלאים שתמכו במשפחה שלי בזמנים הקשים. לכל מי שתרם, שהתפלל ושנתן מעצמם בתקופה הארוכה הזאת. מאוד מרגש לחזור הביתה ולשמוע על כל האנשים הטובים שעזרו ותמכו. אני אנצל את המעמד הזה בשביל להזכיר שיש עוד 120 חטופות וחטופים בשבי החמאס, וביניהם אבינתן אור, בן זוגי, ממנו הופרדתי ברגע החטיפה. אמנם אני נמצאת בבית עכשיו, אך אי אפשר לשכוח את החטופות והחטופים שעד היום נמצאים בשבי החמאס, וצריך לעשות הכל על מנת שנוכל להחזיר אותם הביתה. אני מאחלת לכולנו ימים שקטים יותר, שנהיה מוקפים במשפחה, בחברים, באנשים טובים, ובעיקר, שנדע לאהוב ולא לשנוא.
Hey, she just thanked everyone who's been supporting the hostage. That's you, man. You were one of the people she's thanking, man.
It's very heartwarming, very, very good to know. You wouldn't know this because you're a psychopath, but it's very heartwarming. But you were there as well. We went actually we went to this place together, right? Didn't we? We went to the hostages forum. This is where she sits and makes this statement, I think. They are the ones who published this video.
Oh, that's in the hostages forum? Yeah.
Yeah, hostages and missing families forum. We were there.
That's messed up. That's messed up because right after we were there, I sent him a message saying how that they're doing good at one thing and they're screwing up everything else.
Oh yeah, you were mad after we went to this place, and Rebecca was mad too.
I was ticked off, man. I was like, oh my goodness. I mean, they're doing a great job at reminding everyone that they were the ones who were attacked and that they're defending themselves, and reminding everyone that they have all these hostages and so on. And I'm trying to tell them, like, guys, here's what's going on in social media. Like, anti-Semitism is going through the roof, and tons of it is just based on false claims. And I can't find anyone here who's even making an effort to respond to any of that stuff. And they're just like, I don't know. The basic attitude, what do we care about what people are saying on Twitter? Is you got a bunch of anti-Semites doing it. They can't come over here and conquer us or anything like that. So what do we care? I'm like, hey, you should care, man. If they're riling up the world against Jews and they're Jews in other countries, I don't know. You might want to. Anyway, I was a little ticked off. I was probably a little mean in my response. I was like, guys, if you do not do something about this, you're doomed in the long run.
Yeah, I find it funny because we went in there. We had these conversations with everybody. They at the hostages and missing families forum, and as we sit down, I see on the one side David looking totally pissed and negative and weird, barely responding to anything I'm saying, and I see Rebecca on my side. I'm talking to her about what we're doing next, and she's like, these people are stupid. I'm like, what are you talking about? I'm just saying that people need to be better at responding to things and better at understanding the world around them, better at responding to all those people that are attacking them. She's going really mad. And I'm like, I get it. I understand. But and we can talk about this lengthily. And then she goes on about it's because of how we are. It's because how this country is. It's because of how we are. We are so naive. We are so naive. We think everybody is like us. We think this and this and that. And she's starting to bash the people and how people don't wake up to the fact that there are lots of messed up people out there in the world who mean nothing but harm, and that there must be a proper effort, a proper force to counter all of this. And I'm just sitting there thinking, guys, can you both please stop being so grumpy right now? We have a lot of things to do. And these people, they're not in the business of responding to people. But I remember how pissed both of you were. Yeah.
Yeah, it was a situation. That's where kind of realizing, like, they're focusing on the stuff that's relevant, that's most relevant to their own people. And we're saying, guys, there's this whole world outside of Israel, and a lot of really bad people are riling up more and more people against you. And you're like, oh, but here's what's most important to us. So let's just keep talking to them. It's like, you need to, because my point was, you don't have to be losing any of these arguments. You don't have to be losing. You could be responding to all these guys and you would win. You're just not responding to anyone. Like I give an example. I was like, ever since me and AP, since we mentioned that we're coming over here, let alone since we're here, I'm getting piles of messages all the time saying, you're a Christian, they're going to spit on you. They're going to spit on you. It's like, No one has so much as looked at me wrong the entire time I was there. I was like, I can refute that. I can refute that. I'll go stand there with a sign saying I'm a Christian who wants to spit on me, and just record me for an hour as no one does anything. I say, great. And then anytime someone says, no, they'll spit on the Christians, people can share that video. It would be refuted. But let alone if you made tons of videos like that and got tons of responses from Christians saying, I've never been spit on in my life. What are you guys talking about? You would actually respond to that, and you would take away the force of that, because you ended up with Christians who didn't know anything about that going, what? They spit on Christians? Because there are those clips you can say, oh, that one sect where they spit in the direction of Christians. And they're like, what? They're Christians going, what? I didn't know that. Oh my goodness, this is so evil, and so on. It's like, how are you not just responding to this and refuting it? You don't care. What's wrong with you? Anyway, that was the situation.
The thing is, the issue is that apparently Israel stopped giving a crap about what people say. I mean, what are you supposed to do? One thing that we heard from them when we talked to them about the propaganda that is going on online was we are very small in number. We are a handful of people against billions of people saying all kinds of messed up things. How many people can we possibly respond to? What is Israel supposed to do? So the one option that they have would be to hire tons of people, to pay tons of people to engage in responding and explaining to things. And in fact, this was a strategy in the past. In the strategy, Israel did actively engage in hiring people, and this is where the term hasbara comes from. Hasbara means explaining. They actually would hire people to explain Israel's position to the world, because obviously they are very small in number. There's a lot of propaganda going on, and so on. The thing is, I think with the current government, or with the rise of Netanyahu, and over the last decade or 2 decades, Israel just stopped caring about that front, because the idea is, listen, guys, what even are we achieving by doing this? Just forget about it. Just forget about it. Just let it go. We won't change these people's minds. Let's just go our path. Let's just do what we think is right. Let's fight our fight. We don't care about the propaganda anymore. That's apparently where they are at this moment. I mean, I was a bit surprised, to be honest, to walk into a there was this one day where I separately, you were doing something else, and I went to meet up with what's her name, Ella, and other people, and I went into this place where tons of volunteers came together and rented an office with some guy's minor financial support to then sit down and respond to people online. But it's just a handful of people, and I'm asking them how much support they get for what they're doing, and they're not getting anything. They're not getting anything at all. There's maybe 1 or 2 people who are saying, hey, you guys are doing a good job. We want to fund you guys to do more, to respond to people's claims. But that's just it. It's a handful of people coming together and volunteering their time to do this stuff. The government doesn't care. The government isn't involved. The government doesn't even help them in any other way. This is just where they are, and I understand why they don't care, because they are confronted with billions of people out there talking trash day and night. They don't, and they don't care what Israel has to say. I get it. Alhamdulillah. But hey, I'm glad to see that she's free and she's happy, and this was a very heartwarming video. Some people pointed out that she looks Chinese. She is actually half Chinese. She's half Chinese.
That makes sense. I was wondering that too.
Yeah, she's half. I think her father is Chinese. I don't know, but she's half Chinese. Alhamdulillah. Glad to see she is free and happy. Notice that Muhammad knelt to the ground and pulled out a dolly and said, "Marry me, Aisha. You'll never have to be alone. You're 6, and that's all I really know." Yeah. This is powerful stuff. This is a powerful argument for Islam as well. Jordan Flacco, AP Hume, says that from sense experience alone, the unified self is impossible. Say you this or reconcile a belief in your personhood with atheism. I choose not to discuss Hume and the self. I'm not into it. Dutch fella said Mike Winger, the type of dude to say, I think we got company when the jihadis show up to his Star Trek conference. Man, these Mike Winger jokes are getting out of hand. Nutters said, I groomed your dad. Go pick out a black burqa. It's a Muslim marriage dream baby. Abu Bakr said, yes, a song by Halal Swift. I don't know the song. Don't know what it is. Christopher said, you spent 4 years with Nabil to show him the truth. How long will it take for AP?
Well, it depends on how much less intelligent AP is than Nabil.
Depends on the pants. Witty Fisher says, David and AP, thanks, God bless you. We open our eyes in Eritrea. No Meratakis, Beheid person, flower, non-binary. What? That's emojis, which it is just summarizing in a stupid way. Gabe said, have you discussed... Hey, what is this?
Hey, here's a picture of me.
It's a picture of you. What is this? Somebody took a selfie with you. Who's this?
Some super bass dude.
Have you discussed free will and morality yet? I'm
Yes, we
curious
did.
about how one would explain right and wrong and accountability without God. We didn't really discuss it. We only very briefly touched on it.
Well, we discussed it. We had to. It's not a full discussion of right and wrong and accountability and so on, but we had a discussion about this as it's connected to the divine hiddenness issue.
Yeah, we discussed the crumbs of it. Yeah. Logan Missiak said, AP question, do you believe Jesus was a real person? Yes. And if he was in the atheistic worldview, would Jesus be making God up in his mind? That's a different question, which I cannot answer. I cannot answer who, for what reason, talks about the things that they are talking about without even getting to know that person and observing that person. Just reading in very old accounts about that person, I don't know. How am I supposed to know this? I can barely even know. I can only speculate about Muhammad's motives and situation, and my conclusion is generally that he seemed to have severe mental problems. That's it. When it comes to this question, this is very difficult for me to know. But yeah, he was a real person. I think that's clear. Random Ox said, watching the two fight reminds me of my parents fighting. I'm just in the corner sitting awkwardly because I like both of you, LOL. This is a good point. That said, how dare you compare people like us to your parents who are probably good people, whereas we are just scum. Witty Fish says, thanks, David and AP. In my country, Eritrea, we open our eyes. No more Mohammed. Alhamdulillah, that's good to know. Many Bourgeois said, do atheists secretly cry, pray to God when they are on their deathbed? Yes. Every single atheist does that every single day, actually. Shauna Thornton, everyone knows that the Earth sits on a giant turtle. Facts. Finally, someone is saying it. Space is clearly a Jewish globalist plot. I mean, it's obvious. It is. It is, actually. I mean, just look. Why are all the planets round? Yeah. See,
I told you I read that in an Ahmadi book, right? Did I tell everyone else that?
That's why I'm thinking about that. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So I was over at Nabil's, and I don't remember if this was from Mirza Ghulam Ahmed or one of the successors or something like that, but it was from one of the leaders of the sect, and I was just reading it. And first of all, the entire beginning of the book is like 20 pages of bragging about how brilliant and irrefutable the arguments are. They're just saying no one can combat this. No one can logically sustain against these arguments. They're so powerful. And it's just page after page after page. Finally, I skip forward to where there's an actual argument. And it said, responding to Trinitarian Christians, if God were a Trinity, then planets would be shaped like triangles. They're shaped like spheres because the one who created them is a perfect unity. And I was like, oh, what? Nabil is like 1,000 times too smart to fall for something like this.
Way. That is quite a funny thing to say. I'm going to look that up, actually, because I saw something about that earlier. Wingaling Kachingaling says, Moxe Winger one more time and we will issue a wing wall on both of you. You think us Wingalings don't have gangsters? Yeah, David, this is a direct threat. Call the police.
Bring an army. Wingalings. Bunch of freaking nerds. Anyway,
Ayatollah Khamenei said potential reason God hasn't revealed himself 100% is provably is that full recognition of all sins would crush our spirit. We have to commit to understanding our own transgression is sacrifice. Of course, that's what you would say. If the opposite was the case, I'm sure you would also find an explanation for that.
the conclusion is we can't know anything. We'll just sit here and do nothing.
Damage says integrity, dong the right thing when nobody is watching. If God is always watching, then no opportunity for integrity to exist. Okay, but what's the problem with that?
Yeah, it's better. It's better if God just programmed us all like robots and made us do things.
I'm
And
not
that's
saying
why I want
that.
a society where we're all programmed and forced to do the right thing. Like a certain, what's his name? I can't remember, but he had a little mustache. The sort of society he wanted is exactly the same sort of society AP wants. Coincidence?
Yes. Alhamdulillah. Pamela C says you are free to choose. You're not free not to choose, and you are not free to choose the consequences of your choice. Arian Rogers, born to die once, born once, die twice. Choose life. AP. JN 31621. Yep. This is in your face, David. Thank you, Pamela. Notice David Wood gives a 10,000 worded reason for his position, while AP, I don't like what you said because that means my gooning and edging is right. Yeah, that's basically it. Ayatollah Khamenei, face-to-face knowledge of God would also make the unseen world seen. Imagine being born into a world and seeing angels combined with our free will to choose sin, and it would be madness and absurd. Yes, but I never argued face-to-face knowledge with God. I never argued that. I said if miracles are to be used as evidence to convince people of the existence and the reality of God, then why would it be so limited to being so obscure? That's not to say that I think God should just come here and talk to me face to face and show me, see, this is the proof.
As far as the impact on morality, Kant argued that a conclusive proof would have the same impact as like actually God being there. I'm not sure about that, but
Can't argue with that.
If you're Emmanuel.
On the topic of miracles, winning the lottery is over 1 million to 1. The skeptic's reasoning suggests there is no good reasoning to believe anyone wins it. But we know people do. The rarity of it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. I never said it doesn't exist.
No, he's talking about your arguments earlier. No, but so many people, there's so many different things and blah, 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 blah. Yeah, a bunch of people.
But he's talking about miracles here, David.
No.
On the topic of miracles.
As far as I guess this is the along the claims of if there were miracles, there would be way more or something like that. And this response to that, like you saying, if God could do this, why did you do this other 50 things?
No, we're saying that this is a response to those arguing that miracles don't happen because I guess so. Adam Bernard said, "Hey David, I know why AP hasn't come out as a Christian yet. He's waiting for you to take him to a Chinese restaurant so he can say grace." Reference to Nabil's book, "Love the Stream, Guys." What is that about? In 3 words.
Yeah, when Nabil became a Christian, he didn't tell me. He was just like he became.
I remember. Okay.
Yeah, and so we went to a church service. We went to like a week. Sometime during the week, there was supposed to be a church service, and we went there, and it was actually closed, and we didn't know. And so, hey, we're just go eat at a Chinese restaurant, and we would go over there, and like 6 or 7 of us, or something like that. And then we get there, we grab our food, and we say, "Who's going to pray?" And Nabil goes, "I will." And I was like, "Oh crap, got a Muslim blessing our food." It was funny because I know you've heard this story, but other people may not have. It was funny because everyone got it except me, right? When he said it, right? Because I'd been hanging out with Nabil and I've noticed, gosh, he's carrying around a Bible because we're discussing it so much. Now this guy's carrying around a Bible. He's going to church services with us. He's doing Sunday school with us and stuff. He's arguing with us and stuff, but he's like doing if you didn't know, you'd think this guy's a Christian the way he's running around hanging out with Christians and do all this stuff with Christians. And then anyway, we get our food and we say, who's gonna ask God to bless food? And he says, "I will." And I was like, crap, a Muslim's gonna be blessing my food. Anyway, he starts praying, "Hey God, please bless his food," and stuff. And he concludes and he goes, And I pray this in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. And I was like, gosh, this guy's been around us so long. He's even praying like a Christian now, and he does it. So we finished the prayer, and everyone else got it instantly. And I was like, I was so used to this guy being stubborn for so many years. It didn't even occur to me that he had just told us all that he'd become a Christian. Anyway,
That's based.
That was a fun day.
That's the most base story. That's good. That's good. AP, I fail to see how the No, notice I'm not going to read it. I acknowledge it. I'm not going to read it. Not doing this.
Spending the rest of eternity is a beta.
Said any of the Alaskans said, wait, AP is still agnostic after hearing Tate's argument. Blind. Yeah. Tate's argument was the most impressive. I think it should be actually, remembered, written down, registered in books on arguments for God. It was possibly one of the best arguments, possibly the best argument anyone has ever made for God. Pantherman said, I'm annihilationist. Matthew 10:28 got me started looking into it. It solved a lot of those issues with eternal torment. We had this discussion with IP before, and I'm still not convinced that I don't want to argue this or even say anything about this. I'm just saying it because this comes up here, but I still don't see that looking at scripture that it's justifiable, but I don't know.
I would say it's justifiable. I'm not convinced that that's what annihilationism is, what scripture is claiming. I think you do have passages like that just talk about things being that you'll be destroyed.
You finished.
It seems to be more frequent that hell is described as this place that you definitely do not want to go and that lasts and so on. I would definitely say annihilationism is justifiable. The question is whether it's really teaching that.
One thing I know is that heaven is a place on earth.
Heaven is even the person earlier. The person brought up the passage from Thessalonians. Even that says that God that Christ will judge and send you to eternal destruction. So eternal destruction sounds like annihilationism. The issue is you have other passages that don't sound like annihilation. Right? If I said eternal destruction, it seems that you're destroyed and it's forever. You're forever destroyed.
There was a discussion that we had with IP during that live stream where life, as opposed to being destroyed, was also possibly at the time in the culture used in the sense of something horrible happening to you. So destruction would be something horrible happening to you, whereas attaining life would be getting something great. But yeah, I need to kind of revisit the discussion. Gwen Weiss Bulldozer said, I don't think people understand liberalism and enlightenment. It's some replacement. Liberalism and enlightenment. It's not some replacement for axianity, but a rejection of arbitrary power. Yeah. Liberalism. Yeah. Yeah. I don't really care much for astrology, so I can't say anything about liberalism here. But
yes. I would argue that it's actually the opposite. If you have Christianity, you have God who is setting rules and so on. If you say, let's get rid of that and we'll just have this, that's kind of arbitrary power, right? It's kind of just saying, here's what you're going to do or else. So I think you could argue. What you
going to do?
The point is, if God is in control, that's not arbitrary power. That's God. If I just get to have control in a society and enforce things, then yeah.
I get to have control. Adam Bernard said, best book on the Trinity is Simply Trinity by Matthew Barrett. Okay, check it out. Talkin said, David, you referred to yourself as a semi-pre-sub once a long time ago in this live stream. Could you explain that position philosophically? Does it differ from Van Til or Saitan? In 3 words, what's your response to this?
I can't do it in 3 words. I can give it the short version. I believe in a lot of the pre-sup
You
arguments.
believe in Allah, also in Al-Uzza and Manat?
I just believe in treating them like other arguments.
Okay. Huh, that's interesting. I believe in Allah and Al-Manat and Al-Uzza. Mossad Leather Straps said, AP, you say people not being convinces, but what evidence would convince you?
You've already given some indications if you...
Yeah. Yeah.
Like if you saw a leg being transported down and healing someone, you would conclude miracle, right?
No.
The truth comes out. AP is stubborn and rebellious.
I would say, something weird is going on.
So AP admits that his challenge to God would not even convince him.
I would say that something is weird. Something weird is going on. You should listen to WTF as Christian Nationalism and Problems with Classical Liberalism by James Lindsay.
It's liberalism. Liberalism.
By James Lindsay.
It's
Isn't
Zodiac
James
stuff,
Lindsay that guy was... yeah, okay, I see. Ash McElroy says, AP bro, I'm an agnostic, but the more I hear about Jesus, the more I like him. Brother, I have doubts. What should I have I do, brother? I like Jesus too. I have been liking Jesus for forever. So
well, it's just the more I hear about Jesus, the more I like him. I just can't, because of the Norm Macdonald joke. The more I hear about this Hitler guy, the more I don't like him. The more I don't care for him.
Brother, I have doubts.
Abdullah bin Muhammad al-Qahtani says, inshallah, we'll spread Islam throughout the whole world, just like right now in Europe. Only Islam will live with our Prophet Muhammad as the number one example. Takbir. Inshallah, brother. Inshallah. Inshallah, we will see those days. Alhamdulillah. Inshallah, soon. They are already submitting. Ayatollah Khamenei says, and they will soon be submitting and be getting on their knees.
Urinating upon one another. That's what they do.
Ayatollah Khamenei said Orthodox Christians pray for those suffering in hell because Jesus plundered hell once before. We didn't see a reason he couldn't do it again. Orthodox Christians also believe in this thing, right? What is this? What's that called? It's similar to the whole idea of purgatory, but it's different. Something after death, between the eventual place to go and death. Don't know what it's called. Gorno
is called Saudi Arabia.
Yes. It seems that there's a disconnect between Christians and libertarians and objectivists on the topic of individualism. Yeah, totally. Don't listen to libertarians. They don't know what they're doing. Cam said, I bet Mike Winger goes to that church. A robot, a total nerd. You mean he goes to Randy Ball's church? I don't think
it does seem, yeah, he seems like he could be the pastor.
The real Randy Balls. Elgato, I think religions are too inefficiently delivered to be from a higher being. Whether you believe in gods or not, you work yourself and others for better self-preservation and coexistence. That's the best bet to see if there is one. If
inefficiently delivered by God entering creation and dying on the cross and rising from the dead seems pretty efficient to me.
Yes. I mean, if there was a place where we are all eternally experiencing that God enters creation and dies and is resurrected, and we can all be exposed to the very same experience undeniably instead of reading it in books, then yes, I would say, wow, fantastic. But in this state, if it just relies on reading books, it seems difficult for people. And you can argue that it's very, very well done and efficient. That's the problem, David. You've been humiliated.
You're finished already. Look at me.
Look at me, you know you're done.
Gornice Boulder said thoughts on the theory presented by Joe Rogan that the burning bush is referencing smoking a hallucinogenic plant. I'm not sure if Joe Rogan actually said that, but that
Or if he
sounds
said it, whether he's joking or if he was serious, then why should we take it seriously? Because at that point you can say anything, right?
yeah, that sounds like something you could say when you're when you're high on whatever Joe Rogan is high.
He's sitting there. Hey, what if the burning bush is actually a big joint, man?
Yes. Precisely. Eternal vigilance that the law is written on our hearts, and there is natural revelation through observing the world. God will justly judge people who haven't heard the gospel by what they do know. That's, I know you say that, but that is very hard to, and that's very hard to actually establish, and seems to be
Not
a
really.
thought to make up for a problem that arose over time.
No, not really. I can't say that is the most common perspective or something like that, but that is a very comfortable position with Scripture. Again, you have the Old Testament, the saints of the Old Testament. They didn't have all the revelation. How do you conclude that they're still saints? Well, they responded to the revelation that they actually had.
Yeah. Well, we once had a debate going on about morality, but you never continued it because you were scared. That was actually related.
One
to
of us was scared. The other is me.
You see, Fark Marnine says, David, Hebrews teaches that man is appointed to die once and then faces judgment. Now you can know there is no posthumous salvation. Theology trumps philosophy, my brother.
Yeah, actually, this is a perfect example of what I'm talking about. Hebrews teaches that a man is appointed to die once and then faces judgment. It does say that. Now you can know there is no posthumous salvation. Where are you getting that from? From the passage. Theology trumps philosophy, my brother. Matter of fact, let's just read what that actually says. So this is Hebrews 9. For Christ has entered not into holy places made with hands, which are copies of the true things, but into heaven itself, now to appear in the presence of God on our behalf. Nor was it to offer himself repeatedly, as the high priest enters the holy places every year with blood not his own, for then he would have had to suffer repeatedly since the foundation of the world. So he's saying, hey, Christ isn't like the old sacrifices where they had to be offered over and over again, because if he were, then he would have to be offered up as a sacrifice over and over again. But as it is, he has appeared once for all at the end of the ages to put away sin by the sacrifice of himself. And here's the verse he quoted. And just as it is appointed for man to die once, and after that comes the judgment, so Christ, having been offered once to bear the sins of many, will appear a second time, not to deal with sin, but to save those who are eagerly waiting for him. So notice, it's just as it's appointed for man once to die, and after that comes the judgment. So Christ, having been offered, the point here is you only die once. And it's parallel with Jesus dying once, right? If you're going to interpret after that comes judgment, and therefore it's immediately, and there's nothing else happens in between. What do you do with the rest of the passages? With the rest of the passage, which says, just as it's appointed to man once to die, and after that comes the judgment. So Christ died once, and he will return. Well, what are you talking about? According to you, that means instantly right afterwards, that's all that happens. Okay, so Christ has already returned to judge the world, right? Like a long time ago. Had to happen a long time ago. You're talking thousands of years. It's this. Yes, this happened after this. The point is, how, if someone interprets Scripture as allowing some sort of posthumous, some sort of posthumous salvation or something like that, how does that conflict with it's appointed a man once to die, and after that comes judgment? You'd still have man dying once, and at some point after that coming judgment. It would be the exact. In other words, that verse doesn't tell you either way. I'm not defending the position. I'm just saying this is what I see. People say, look, this verse refutes you. And I'm looking at it and going, that verse doesn't refute anything. So
Alhamdulillah. Yeah, what I was talking about earlier with Orthodox Christianity is something called toll houses or telonia or something, which is apparently yet not a universal Orthodox belief, but held by some people. Now I know better. Notice that you're losing viewers to GoTub. Because we can't control ourselves. You have this haram cute granny on screen with no burqa or even a hijab and no whiteboard. Yeah, that's funny. That's good. That's true. Yep. Haj Rayan Al Ghazlani said, apparently Turkey is the country with the highest average number of sexual partners per person. What's your body count, AP? That's not true.
Is that true?
That's
no way
nonsense.
that can be true, can it?
That's nonsense. That's nonsense. Absolutely nonsense. That's complete nonsense.
I don't think that. Yeah, I'm looking at that. That's it doesn't pass what's called the smell test. It means just something seems really, really off by it. Like when you say that Pakistan has this problem with animal porn, that makes perfect sense. Look, perfect sense. Like you don't have to convince me that makes perfect sense. Turkey having the highest number. What?
I lived in Turkey. Anybody who lives in Turkey and who also experiences other countries knows one thing for a fact, which is that.
Oh, hey, I just looked it up. It's true.
Which is that the average Turkish person, until the late 20s or so, doesn't even know what sex is.
It's true. I'm trying to look up other studies to say otherwise.
The only thing, if we are going to include,
true. I just looked up a completely different study.
Well, if bisexual partners we are also including donkeys, that I would believe that.
Turkish citizens report having the highest average number of sexual partners during the course of their lives. The average person in Turkey has 14 sexual partners. Residents of Iceland, New Zealand, and Australia claim 13 or more sexual partners on average. Dude, it's 14.5. The other one I looked had 15. So I looked up two different things.
Okay, the only explanation I have to this, is that this includes people from rural Turkish areas in Turkey, and that this is not restricted to human sexual partners, but includes animals like donkeys, for example. In that case, I totally believe it, and I'm actually surprised that it's lower than 15. But it's definitely not, definitely not truthfully based on human sexual partners.
What are you talking about? There's multiple studies confirming this. And you're denying it. You see what the atheists do? They can have all the evidence in front of them. No, I don't like that.
Nope. It's all based on.
And by the way, notice AP and I thought the exact same thing. We thought there's no way. I saw the evidence, and I said, well, the evidence says I'm wrong. So by golly, I'm wrong. And AP said, no, the evidence says I'm wrong. Therefore, the evidence is wrong.
It says reported. There is no way that a Turkish person has during their lives more sex partners than the average European.
Yeah,
country.
they are. You guys are Turkish dudes are just running around.
That's ridiculous.
Banging chicks left and right.
That's ridiculous. The average Turkish person, as an adult, hasn't even gone close to.
Now keep in mind.
Except donkeys.
Keep in mind. This includes
if donkeys are included in this question. Yes, I believe it. It's said, but. That's a different issue.
Yeah, keep in mind, this includes like marriage partners and things like that. So if you get married a bunch of times during life, that all counts, and donkeys and so on. It just says sexual partner. So yeah, that could include donkeys.
I mean, I'm looking at the study. It doesn't specify anywhere whether this is restricted to.
Stop trying to defend Turkey.
To humans. So it doesn't say anything like that. It just says sexual partner. So we don't actually know. And that just strengthens my argument that this might also include donkeys.
The Daily Mail has the article, most promiscuous countries in the world revealed. Can you guess where average person has sex with 15 different partners? Turkey had the highest number of average sexual partners at 14.5.
Sure, Turkey. Yeah, sure. I believe you.
Hey, interesting. Hey, interestingly, India is dead last on the list. So guys, think about this. Turkey, Muslims in Turkey have 5 times as many sexual partners as Hindus in India.
Well, I know for a fact that in India, the average person doesn't have sex at least consensually. I know that, so that makes sense. Anyway, bunch of nonsense here. So, not believing any of that.
You won't believe any negative comment about Turkey.
Gornos Bulldozer, Mike W, the top of God to drink a Diet Coke. SNR Turkish AP, do you like figs? I actually do like figs. I actually think they're amazing fruits. Amazing. Absolutely amazing. They're beautiful and taste amazing.
They were big in Greece, but I would eat them like apples. So I'd eat them with the skin. Most people peel them. I don't know why. It tastes fine with the skin on.
Yeah. And if I was interested in, like, in fruits, the way that Turks are interested in donkeys, for example, I would say like the fig is what I would go for. But eating it is very nice, definitely. Gabe said, AP, what do you believe is the strongest argument for God? David Wood, what do you think is the strongest argument for atheism? Well, the strongest argument is the existence of Turkish people, because why would God? No, that doesn't work very well. But so no, I would actually say that somewhere
out there.
That's actually a good point. Yeah. Yes. But I would say that what comes to mind would be, and what is personally convincing, is not one of the very well thought out and established arguments for God that you can find in common debates, but the strongest argument on a personal level would actually be, in my opinion, the personal experience, and or the meaninglessness, the seeming meaninglessness of life without God. If you want to be very real and not focus on the intellectual way these arguments are laid out. If you want to focus on that aspect, however, and get away from all the emotional and personal aspect, I honestly am not sure which one is the strongest argument, but I could, I guess, go for the intelligent design. Teleological argument, something like that. I don't know. Guess so. David, what's your response?
Even there, are you talking about like cosmic fine-tuning teleology, or like biological, like complexity?
That's what I'm conflicted about at the moment. I don't know. I think that I think the cosmic aspect of it, the biological aspect, I'm not really thinking about.
Strongest argument for atheism, I would go with problem of evil. AP disagrees with me. If it was an argument specifically against Christianity, I would say something else, more along the lines of AP's constant whining during his video. But yeah, I'd say problem of evil. And I think most other arguments, actually, even if they're emphasizing something, ultimately boil down to problem of evil in terms of it's about something leading to unnecessary suffering or something like that.
You see, David would admit AP's argument is strong.
I said best. You can have the best of a bunch of terrible arguments.
Not as Mike the type would do to say Skibbity is why Skibbity is unbiblical. Yeah, that sounds about right. Winnie the Pooh, even if God would reveal himself and perform miracles today, people would eventually stop believing and start questioning if God is real years later. Yeah, but this is not an objection that David made, but if somebody made this objection, I would say that's just a cop-out. So, yeah. That's something that's like what the Quran says when it's asked for miracles, where it says, even if we showed them miracles, they would not believe, they would turn away. Yeah, okay, fine, cool. That's cool. Have you tried though? Nutters said, I sent you the version of David singing the iCarly theme song I remixed last night on X, and it slaps. I would have sent David it, but his DMs aren't open. Well, I haven't seen anyone say it slaps in quite a few years. I thought that died out. David Kazashi said, AP, you're wrong, because people who are called David are always right.
Valid point.
This is a strong argument, actually. So it wasn't quite. I wish I had been able to join early. Yeah, a very interesting topic, which I would very much like to have engaged in. But D&D was finally not cancelled. See,
You're
You
playing
see?
D&D?
Yeah, apparently. This is also the stream where we're going over 4 hours. I just noticed. Eric Beal. My initial thought earlier today was that I want to keep today's live stream short, and this is just the
Yeah, you
result.
did a
of
great job.
Yeah. Eric Beale, I've reverted to Islam because it is clearly the best bulwark against the spread of Wingalism. Other beliefs are not equipped to deal with it. This is also one of the things that gives me a lot to think about recently, but yeah.
There's this, I mean, that's really the only case you can make for Islam, is it would be a good bulwark against Wingalingism.
Yeah. Wingalism is becoming more and more of a threat to society. Pamela sees at AP, David Wood is a miracle. Whenever a person turns to the Lord, the veil is taken away. 2 Corinthians 3:16 is a miracle. Returning to Christ will be a miracle. You could also make different arguments and explanations for that as well. And David knows exactly what I'm thinking of.
Yeah, something stupid.
Randy Randy Balls is here. And Randy Balls said,
Pastor Randy Balls.
Pastor Randy Balls said, we would never have Mike Winger here at our church. He can't handle our baptism pool to water slide combo. Oh, man. Shona Thornton, I'm with Rebecca. It's infuriating that the West also thinks everyone is like us, and they are believing that Ishmael has the same desires as them. I see the point. I get it. And this is also my big problem with the West. And I also think when I was in Israel, I made a tweet right when I was there. I said that I'm surprised to see that lots of Israelis actually think Islam is not a problem and Islam is an okay religion. I went there. Look, all my life as a Muslim growing up, I learned that Jewish people are evil. I learned that Judaism is evil. I learned that Jews are our enemies. I learned that Jews have this major thing against Islam and against us Muslims, and they eventually want to destroy us and so on, and we should destroy them. These are the things that I learned throughout my life as a Muslim. Then I go to Israel, and what I hear in Israel from Jewish people is, I don't think it's about Islam. Islam seems to be a good religion. It's actually peaceful. It's just that people are distorting it. And it's so weird. It's so insane to me to be exposed to that.
And then we go over there. We're all amped up. We're like amped up. We're like level 10 amped up. Oh my goodness, this place has been attacked, and these guys are attacking them online and stuff like this. And then we go over there, and the Muslim cowboy starts running his mouth about us being under his foot and stuff like that. And I was like, I'll show you under my foot. And I put the Quran under my foot, and then we get contacted by the Israeli government. You can't do that there. It's
please delete it. To take it down. You could be sued. You could go to prison. They didn't say you could go to prison, but yes, it's illegal, and you can't do that. We don't respect this. They told us not to disrespect the Quran, not to mock and disrespect the Quran. This is what Israel told us. Free Brain made a super chat. Appreciate it every day. Said, would people stop asking Apo to convert? You can't make people believe what they consider to be absurdities. I used to be atheist, and for me, that change was more in the heart than in the head. If you had a rough start in life, it's harder. Yeah, it's I always say that sounds very stupid. I always say no, but I'm thinking just that I have great difficulties making myself believe and think and act in certain ways. In order for me to make to change myself and my life and my actions significantly, I actually have to believe in the very thing that I'm changing my thoughts and my actions for. I can't make myself believe or make myself do things that I don't actually think are true. Alhamdulillah. Gabe said the title David Wood confronts apostate prophet on God. The content Turkey has the most sexual partners.
David Wood confronts apostate prophet on Turkey having the most sexual partners. What's crazy is you could title it that, and I bet a bunch of people would click on it and be like, what? hey, you should cut out that part from that and post that as a separate video titled David Wood confronts apostate prophet on Turkey having most sexual partners.
Alhamdulillah. Carefree said that's the INTP. This is interesting. There was ages ago, many years ago, I took those tests, and I think that was it, wasn't it? INTP. I don't know. I have to go back and check that. Did you ever take those personality tests?
Yeah, my
where-
wife was asking me all these questions one day, and it turns out she was plugging me in on one of those things. I forget what I was. It was, but when she read the description, it was the same. It was the same personality type that Einstein had. Keep in mind, it's not saying you're as intelligent as Einstein. It was just saying personality type. It said, but what was interesting, it said this personality type is good at explaining difficult concepts in simple terms because they tend to take difficult concepts and try to break them down for themselves so that they can understand it. You break it down into simple parts, and once you've broken down a difficult concept into simple parts, you know how to explain it to other people.
That is INTP.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. So yeah, I always heard, hey, gosh, the way you explain jihad is so great. It's so great that you, and I'll be like, yeah, I broke it down like that because that's me trying to understand it. And then once I understand it, then I can like spit it back to you.
I came to the same thing. There's, I think, so INTP is what is called the logician.
Mhm.
INTP personality. And when I took the test, and it's funny because I took the test twice in actually from professional sources, and in both cases, I was on the verge of being either INTP or ENTP.
Dude, that's exactly the same with me. I was on the borderline of one. I don't remember for that one. I was on the borderline of one.
Which is, so the INTP would be the I would be introverted and E would be extroverted, and I was bordering on being E and I, but the NTP, those aspects were quite clear. Yeah, this is a very funny crew. It's quite funny. Yeah. Alhamdulillah.
Oh no, I was on the borderline of the second one, the S or the N. That's where I was on the border of.
What's that?
So I was either no. When I took it a second time, when I took it the first time, I was INTP, and on the I took it again years later as part of a psychology thing, and I was on the borderline of the N or S. I don't know what that means anymore because that was years ago.
Oh, intuitive versus sensing. Is that it? Something like that, I guess. I don't know. Haven't bothered about these things in quite a long time.
Oh, that's the intuitive or observant scale.
Is it? Based. Yeah, but I've always been definitely put in the INTP camp.
Yeah. As far as that, like them saying, "Hey, this makes you good at explaining difficult concepts," and then people always say, "Hey, it was great the way you broke that down." But I'm thinking like, but there are all these difficult concepts that I don't, I don't explain. But that may be connected to me always saying, "Hey, I don't know. I don't want to talk about it unless I know." It's basically, if I haven't broken it down and figured it out, then I don't want to actually talk about it because I haven't figured it out yet.
Not tired of winning said, "Damn, all the weirdos found each other here." Yeah.
Yeah, a bunch of weirdos.
That's what it is. I'm pretty sure it's very much related to being of that kind of personality, going out there and making dumb videos like this. Just the dude said, "I don't have money for super chat, but AP and David Wood and guys love you. Appreciate it.
So you're the
Appreciate it very
one.
much. Appreciate it." Gabe, yes. Notice David Wood. What nation has highest nikah muta? It could be TR. Again, depends on whether we include different non-human beings. Free Brain said, "Okay, David, repeat after me. Ashhadu an la ilaha illallah wa ashhadu anna." What?
He changed it.
What is that? What? Rasulullah.
Isa.
What? Okay. Isa wa Rasulullah. I can't read this, man. This is too small. Allah al. What does that even mean?
It means Jesus is the last and only
No.
messenger. What are you,
Well,
dumb?
well,
Come on, you can't even
okay,
read.
Okay.
Perfect Arabic.
Well, Wahid. Okay, I see. One and last. Okay, that's cool. That's based. I bear witness that there is no deity but God, and I bear witness that Jesus is the last and only messenger. See?
Woohoo!
It's right there. But I wanted to
AP
read it in
converted.
Arabic. I wanted to.
Yeah,
I
you
wanted
said
to
it in
hear
multiple languages, dude. You're like doubly Christian.
Ray Giordano said, praying for you both. AP's eternal soul is at stake. Maybe got sent David Wood to be a strong witness to you, AP.
Yeah, AP. You need to be thinking of like from a bigger perspective.
Yeah.
Think it's just coincidence we end up friends? Come on.
Yeah. Ray Giordano said, praying for you both. AP's eternal soul is at stake. Maybe God sent David Wood to be a strong witness to you, baby. I don't know why you made the super chat twice, but I appreciate it very much.
So it's doubly confirmed.
Yes. Jack Ray, we can all remember that AP dreams of being the late Pope.
Literally.
Yep. There was actually a show called The New Pope or The Young Pope. I think that's maybe what it was inspired by. I kind of found that show fun, although it was really stupid.
Look at this. The picture, the name.
1940s AP.
You got to say this one with a German accent.
The best argument for God is the man with the funny mustache. Yeah, this is indeed true. Joseph Israeli said Hebrew traditions are proof of the Jewish accuracy of divinity. If you don't know this, it's just because you didn't study it.
In your face.
That's some solid, some strong argument right there. Some strong assertion right there, I should rather say. Joseph. Thank you. Arnold says AP versus Daily Wire. Who wins in a pole dance fight? I'll probably win. Yeah. Nada said, by the way, AP, look out for AP SBSP song soon, like David Wood, iCarly. What is SBSP? I don't know what that is. I don't know what the. Oh, you mean SpongeBob? SpongeBob SquarePants. Okay, I see.
SpongeBob SquarePants.
Free brain. I guess AP needs some English lessons. Yeah, yes. Indeed, I do. Dave Sid said, the actual drinker. Dave Sid. All right, bro. All right. Okay. Anything else, David?
One of the longest live streams ever.
Alhamdulillah.
Probably, unless there's some awesome breaking news tomorrow or something like that. We'll be back talking about our Ahmadi friends tomorrow.
Why stuttering?
Our Ahmadi friends.
And then we will figure out that we cannot understand Ahmadiyya because
it is a metaphysical matter.
Yep.
Good point.
That's a very, very good point. That's a very, very good point. Tomorrow we will talking about Ahmadi's nut.
I wonder if I should title it that. Ahmadi's nut. Dude, I just realized we're going to keep saying that tomorrow, and there's no way to.
No, I will not say it. I will not say it. No. What I would do is, with my stupid sense of humor that I applied to my past thumbnails in the past, would be to make a thumbnail where I just include some small nuts somewhere in the thumbnail without saying anything about it. Yes. Celeria said, on the topic of God showing himself in the world, for me, that archaeological evidence supports the Exodus account feels pretty powerful for me. But that wouldn't. I mean, you could say that the Bible has accounts of things that truly unfolded, but that wouldn't necessarily. I don't know. Yep. Alhamdulillah. So tomorrow we will be live to talk about Amadio. And we will be back. Until then, thanks everybody. Have a fantastic day. And as always, stay away from
Stay away from Islam.
Ahmadiyya, stay away from Ahmadiyya.
Ahmadiyya.